as I say, give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everyone doing? Did I just hear quit dick? Yeah. Yeah, you did. You did. That's it's in the intro. Like you'd be 100% dedicated to fucking Jesus. Alright. So today our job is to 1, clean up all the extra loot filters, get rid of all of them. 2, improve my early league filters because I think they can be better than they are. And then 3, see if I can separate my unique and div card tiering into modules that can be edited and loaded into whatever filter people want. So just a lot of streamlining of things that I'm not happy with. For starters, when you type ! filter, there's like 50 filters here. And pulling your basic vehicles and then fucking the rest off. I think it needs to be 4, not 3. But yes. They also need to be renamed. I think trying to add a group style filter, so I won't have to add a group found filter because there will be modules. There'll be a group found module that you'll just be able to add on to any filter you like, looking any way you want. All right, so to start with, this is the page people get to see when they go filter and like try and follow my filters. And obviously this is one of them. This is one of them. This is one of them. And then this is the super strict don't complain version, which too many people follow. You should keep the Tom's filter just in case Recominders make a comeback. If that happens, I can make it again. It's really not that hard. Also, this wouldn't be relevant to any new league. This was specifically built around what the meta was right now in the league when we were playing it. It wouldn't, you couldn't just load it in now, it would be bad. Right? So, it's time to delete all of the extra ones. Goodbye, Robot League. Goodbye, Strictly Chill. Goodbye, Balor Chillman. Giga Chad, fuck off. Am I keeping that? Please me, that's why he doesn't make your sound filters. He knows I don't know how to set up a module specifically targeted. Oh, but this will also result in videos and in me teaching you how to apply a module. That sounds like work. That's all I fucking do. Let's go. Okay, so this one is named Balor League Start, but it was last updated in August 2022. This one is also called Balor League Start, last updated November 2023. Yeah, I'm lazy and do it for me now. Ah, right. Here, hang on, look. Filter blade, right? Just say you have a filter that you have a filter like that you like, right? Just say you love this one. I don't know what it looks like. Let's say you're mentally ill and you like the look of baby's diarrhea as your currency looking thing, right? Right, this is what you like for some reason. So there's presets here, and then you can search by author. BalorMage. Search. I haven't made them public yet. Oh, these are officials. Hang on, public. And here's the ones I already have. Obviously, some of these were just me testing stuff, so they're not relevant. But you could just be like, actually, I'd like the leveling rules from Balor's filter added to my filter, but I don't like the rest of his filter. I like to maintain my own, but I love that leveling filters. They already, that's sorted. I love that leveling section. Boom, you just add that. Done. Now that leveling filter is on your filter. That's it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Are the color presets same in the community for the filter? No, I think it's just never syncs. I kind of like this one. Look at the best color. I've never seen that. Looks nice. You can actually have a look at them here. Compare styles. You can look at all of them. This crangled one's my favorite. Look at it. It doesn't even tell you what's dropped. There's no text. It's just color. There's no text. It's just squares of color. You don't need to know what it drops. If it shows, pick it up easy. Honestly, my like Giga Chad fuck off strictness filters, I'd love for them to be this, but I think it would upset people. This tabula rasa one's the worst. Look at it. It's just everything looks the same. It's like, it's almost like the default filter. Like these are uniques. And these are fucking transmutes and wisdom scrolls and... Me personally, it's either Crimson or Azurite. I don't mind this one. Pink is alright. Crimson. Oh yeah. Crimson looks really cool. I was tempted to run Crimson myself. It's pretty good. Velvet is best in slot. Velvet. Go. It's a good for green those. Yeah. So here's the deal. You should be, if I update modules, if I run them all in modules, as long as I keep making the edits. And what are the perks custom to this custom league? There are no specialty things applied to the custom league, the private league that we're going to league start. What it is there's no trading for currency. It's all just group found. If you drop stuff you don't need, you give it away. And if someone else has got something you want, you take it for free. It only gives us downsides for private leagues, no perks. True. I kind of hate this one. It's the WoW one. It's themed after WoW. I hate it. On the ghost of Mr. High. Alright, anyway, back to what I was doing. No need to be more distracted. Refresh what's left. What else can we delete? There's too many filters here. Need to get rid of more. Personal test. That doesn't need to be there. Bye. Sorry to the 200 followers following the personal test filter for some reason. Now these are the 3 people follow, so we're not going to get rid of that. 4,600, 4,600, 3,700, which is a bit sad because there's like 1,000 people here that should be updating their filters. Super strict, don't complain. We're probably going to keep as well. Solo self-found crucible. Why are there 126 people following my solo self-found filter? This is like a personal use set up to my character. I mean, if I was following it, thanks for removing it from my useless filters, right? Oh, delete that. That doesn't need to exist anymore. Bye. Tom's juice filter, not relevant anymore anyway. Chill out, man. Bye. And this is a different league start filter that hasn't been updated in over a year, that's named the same as the good league start filter that does get updated. Don't know why you're there. I only got 95 followers. It's gone now. So I'm going to rename these as I go as well. We're going to be league start, early mapping, general mapping, strict. And I'm going to keep Giga Chad fuck off. Giga Chad fuck off is for like the same thing it's always been for, like fucking super juices. Like you shouldn't be using that one. Right? So we're going to rename them as we save on them. League start, early mapping, general mapping, strict. Yeah, because I stopped using super strict don't complain and I started using Giga Chad fuck off. Because super strict don't complain was getting too many people were like upgrading to it, but it wasn't set for people. But it wasn't set for public use. But it wasn't really obvious, whereas something named Giga Chad fuck off, that's set. That's not something random people are going to be like, yeah, I want that one, right? So that's why I think I'm going to keep Giga Chad fuck off as like the personal super juicer version. And then rename league start, early mapping, general mapping, strict. Make sense? So league start, white maps, red maps, baby juice, super juice. Yeah. Yeah. Like you shouldn't be on Giga Chad fuck off unless you're doing like bullshit MF stuff, big group things, like 80% deli farming. Like there's no, like you shouldn't be using that. Nope, everyone we want Giga Chad. Because you say we can't have it? Yeah, NEM 3 level shit. This is NEM 3 level shit down here called Giga Chad fuck off. So it's not going to suit the naming convention of anything else. And then there'll be 4 strictnesses that I think people should apply for and follow instead of 3. I think that lets me make a lot more intricate changes. So the rule, Ashstorm, for the filter named Giga Chad fuck off is basically that it's just for super juicing content. And it will hide every single boss unique in the game. If you go kill an Uber boss or any boss of any kind, the loot you want, the big loot you want, the stuff that might be worth 40, 50, 80, sometimes 100 divines, doesn't show on the filter. So you better be goddamn careful using Giga Chad fuck off. Because that stuff can't drop in my maps. It can't drop there. It can only drop from bosses. It's not set up for that. Right? Like, you will not see it. I put on Giga Chad fuck off and then I killed 100 Ubers and got nothing. Yeah, well, you left it all on the floor because it was fucking hidden. Does Giga Chad still hide single chaos? Some leagues, yeah. Some leagues, Giga Chad fuck off will hide chaos orbs. Individual chaos orbs. It depends on what level of juicing I'm doing. Sometimes I'm doing so much juicing that picking up a chaos orb off the floor is a waste of time. This is not a filter you should be using. These will be filters you should be using. When's the last time that happened? Trying to remember. I don't think it was tempting in Sentinel League. In Sentinel League, I was really torn and I nearly turned it off, but I didn't. It was before that. Any differences for solo self-found? Yeah. General mapping, which is going to be renamed to early mapping today. That's the last filter that's appropriate for solo self-found. You cannot go any stricter than that. You have to make your own filters past there. Solo self-found has a whole bunch of different rules. These filters are always kept up to date for the softcore trade economy. And they are made so you don't have to do any thinking at all. You can just use my filter in softcore trade and know that you're not wasting time. Right? But if you're in solo self-found, there are items worth an alk in trade that you might need in solo self-found. You can't have that. Anything past the early mapping filter is going to be inappropriate for solo self-found. So if you like the structures of my filters, the suggestion is to pick up this general mapping, which is going to be renamed early mapping, and copy it and then make edits yourself from there, because you can't get any stricter than that in my list. These ones are going to be the same for the league coming too. They're the same for every league. Every single league. Once you've subscribed to these 4 filters, you never ever need to look for another filter again if you play in softcore trade. You load into a new league after having not played for 6 months, it'll still be a brand new, fresh, up-to-date filter. Boom, done. I do all of it. You just follow them and they show up automatically in blue. Any filter recommendations for solo self-found? Anyone who gives you one is misleading you. In solo self-found, you have to make your own filters because it depends entirely on what builds you're running and what you've already got and what you need. So you really can't get any stricter than an early mapping filter without it being specific to you. And if anyone says anything different, then they are misleading you, or you're doing something really specific, like you're doing, like if you were to solo self-found a Righteous Fire Jug and you were to do it the same league that Hox is solo selfing a Righteous Fire Jug, and you don't plan to make any secondary character, you're only going to play a Righteous Fire Jug, and when that's done you leave, Hox might have filters that are appropriate for you because you're literally doing exactly the same thing he's doing and not planning on making a second character, right? All right, filter blade. Now we've got the new problem, or the next problem. Look at how many filters are here. It's too many, man. This is really of a problem. It just kept growing. Every time I did things, it just kept growing. It's too much. So I need to figure out which are the right filters. So league start. So this is the league start one, 11th of November. That got updated. Robot League, that can go away. Bye. Bye, Robot League. Strictly chill. That was from the Chill Out League. Right? Don't need that anymore. Bye. Also, Balor Chill Man. That was the less strict version of the Chill Out League filter. That can go as well. Balor dies a lot. That was my hardcore filter. Don't need that anymore. Bye. Why is share locked out here? I don't know. Broken filter, do not use. Last updated June 2022. June last year. Bye. I'm clearly not using you anymore. Outdated strict. I even named it outdated. Why would I rename it outdated and not delete it? Is there there's another strict one somewhere there's another outdated strict. There's the good strict filter right there. There's 2 outdated strict filters here in this list. Why? Why? Outdated strict and old outdated strict. This is a future Balor problem, previous Balor. Yes, that is exactly what happened. Solo self-found Crucible, you can go buy. Old general mapping. Old general mapping. Is there a general mapping? Yep, there's one. Last updated November 2023. Old general mapping. Bye. Balor general mapping. Fucking which one? Obviously Balor general mapping. Because look at the date on it. Look at the views this one got. I must have used this for a while. And then sometime last year, I changed to using this one. I don't know how that happened. It can go away now though, right? And it hasn't been updated since June 2022. Goodbye. Balor Juice Master 2022. Giga Juice shit. Don't want to listen. I've got versions of this already. Bye. Now there's 2 league starts. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're both 2023. And they're both on the same filter. Why? Right, so this one's 15th of September. This is the 11th of November. 2023. Oh, that's 2022. Hang on. That's 2022. Yo, that's fucking old. Bye, bud. You're the one. See you later. There's also this league start down here, which is also 2022. Okay, you can go as well. Okay, now we're down to 4 filters here. You know, I'm real tempted to delete every single one of these and restart from scratch. Real tempted. Remember, these don't delete these. These stay. Right? These ones stay. These are the ones people see when they type exclamation mark filter. This is just like the back end stuff. Okay, well, they can stay for now. So the next thing we're going to do is move over to my presets. No, thank you. Delete econ changes because that's not relevant and wasn't using. We're going to keep no shit robots because this was actually a module that I built specifically to hide lower tier and bad rolled robots. And in case that comes back, that took a ton of time to do. To like do all the research and work out. So I'll keep no shit robots. Weird items weirdo. What the fuck is that? Bye. Color scheme, leveling rules. All right, we're not using the divination set card thing, although I do want to make one. But this isn't one. It was just a test. Stream sounds will keep. Test leveling rules, but I already have the leveling rules, right? Yeah, Balor's leveling rules right there. So I don't need to test leveling rules either. Bye. How do they work? Modules, like these things I'm looking at. Are you asking how they work? Because that's actually really simple and the most interesting part about everything I'm going to do today. So this is me freshly loading into Filter Blade, right? As if I don't have a filter yet, right? As if I'm making my own filter. So you can come here and decide, oh, I want to just work on strict Gaia filter. This is the filter I like and I want to start from strict. But you can actually look for presets, public presets, search by author, BalorMage. And then you can find the modules that I've made instead of my filters. Takes a minute to search. It's a very slow search. Nothing I can do about that. It'll show up in a minute. Very slow. Okay, look. Eventually, you have to sit here for like 30 seconds. Eventually, they show up. There they are. Now you see all of the modules that I've built. And you can just add, there's leveling rules. Right? You can just add them. And then when you go over to customize and you go find them, fucking, where are they? Where did I put them? Is it class-based rules? Yeah, 91 changes. There's 91 rules that I set up here in leveling. And this is what makes all of the 3 and 4 links in different colors show up with their like triangles and squares and in different colors. And like, whether if they're rare, they show up big white like that. And if they're magic, they show up faded white like that. Or if they're normal. And this is what like highlights all of the like leveling links for all characters. You can just add that module into any filter you want. You don't need to be running my filter to get my leveling set because I made it a module. A lot of rules here. There's a total of 91 rules for my leveling sets. You can just add that to any fucking filter you want because I made it a module instead of a filter. Now those are in my filter as well. So if you're just using my filter, I use my own modules, obviously. But you can just add that module to any filter you want if you wanted to. So what you do to make a module, right, is you pick a starting spot wherever you want to start. You go, oh, I start from here, right? And then what you do is you make a very specific set of changes. You can only do like one thing. So you can change like the color of everything, all of them, or the sounds of everything, all of them. Or you can just stick to divination card tiering, not colors, right? And you can be like, oh, I want this here and this tier and this and that tier and this and that tier and this and that tier, but only do like one thing. And then you can go over to my presets and you can hit save on the modules, on the presets over here. And what it does is it saves a list of the changes you just made, and it'll save those as a module. So rather than saving where the filter is right now, it actually saves a list of changes that you made to reapply that list of changes again. But that's why you want to make separate modules for a lot of different things if you're making your own modules. If you're making your own modules, if you want to do div card tiering, you should just do div card tiering and then save that as a module and then reload a fresh filter in and then do unique tiering and save that as a module. Right? And then load a fresh filter in and then do all your colors changes that you want to make and then save those as a module. And then when you go to make a brand new filter again next league, you can be like, oh, well, I'm happy with my div cards and I'm happy with my div cards. I'm happy with my colors. I'm happy with my leveling filters. However, they reworked like 80% of the uniques this league, so I don't want to load in my old module for uniques. I just want the other things. I'm going to have to make a new unique one. This can save you a lot of long-term work, but it's a lot more short-term work to do. In my instance, it saves you all the work and I do all the work. And then you just pick which parts of the modules of which parts of what filters you like. And you just hit the apply button and they apply to whatever filter you want. To be very helpful, I'm doing RF. Here are the bases and links I care about too. Yes. So if somebody wanted to, I'm going to use RF as the example because Pox is like the RF man, right? If somebody would want, like Pox wanted to, because he's so specific in Righteous Fire, he could specifically build a module that puts an extra big highlight on the most important relevant things to Righteous Fire. The 2 or 3 uniques that you need that are like mandatory, and the absolute #1 base that you want to pick up for like each kind and stuff like that. And he could turn that into a module, and anyone would be able to just add that module to their own filter if they were doing Righteous Fire, for instance. There's a lot of utility in here that just really isn't used. It just really, really isn't used. Lord Jeff, how you doing? Off Poison SRS. So the problem is those sort of things are only relevant for solo self-found players, because in a trade league, it doesn't matter if you're playing Righteous Fire. If that base is worth picking up, it's worth picking up no matter what character you're playing. And if it is not like mathematically worth picking up, then it doesn't matter that you're playing Poison SRS or Righteous Fire. You still shouldn't pick it up because it's a waste of your time, because everything has a value, and that value is in Chaos and Divines, and we base what's worth picking up on how much Chaos on average or how much Divines on average will that thing give me. Doesn't matter what build you're playing when you're in a trade league. Your loot filter looks the same. Suggesting you build a module for Poison SRS? Right, but I only build filters for trade leagues. Adds damage to 1 work for SRS. Nope. Not at all. In fact, your weapon doesn't matter unless it's got stats that say minions on them or +1 level of fire. In fact, Lord Jeff, the best day 1 weapon that you could ever find on Poison SRS while leveling would be a Varumba Axe. If you found a Varumba Axe, that is your absolutely best case weapon. Because it solves every resist issue you're going to have. A Varumba Axe. Am I saying that wrong? Where is it? Does anyone know how to spell the sword I'm talking about? Does anyone know how to spell that fucking sword? Or what base it is? Does anyone know what base it is? A Rumbarax. Does that know what that says? Rumbarax. A Rumbarax. Are you Rumbarax? A Rumbarax. That's what I just said. Anyway, it's this one. You can get up to 60 all res. This is my perfect day 1 like leveling weapon. It's like level 17. If you find this in Act 2 or Act 3 or Act 4, slap that shit on. You're calling it a Roomba? No. A Rumbarax. Not a Roomba. A Rumbarax. Anyway. This, I wish I could turn this section back on. When I first started playing, was terrible at gearing. I referred to this as the badass sword because it sold resistance. So I happen to see getting some love. It's really, it's honestly the best in slot weapon you could get on day 1 in Act 2 or 3. By the time you get to maps, you want to replace it. It's definitely just a leveling sword. But like if you can pick up 40 to 60 all res on a weapon on a class that doesn't use their weapon to attack, huge. Huge. The rest of your leveling is so much easier. Right? Okay, how am I going to go about changing things? How am I going to go about changing things? So I have some issues. For instance, I don't think cards worth 30 chaos should be showing up in this tier. Like exceptional cards. Like this is where... Even this is where like 50 div cards show up. And maybe I'm okay with like look at that. That's 2,600 chaos. It's in the same tier as this 30 chaos card. Why? Like why? It shouldn't be there, right? Why not? I think because if I see this color, I want to be really, really excited. And 30 chaos doesn't make me really, really excited. I don't think 30 chaos makes anyone really, really excited. How often does that 30 card thing drop? I mean, relatively often if you run the few maps that it actually drops in. It's in Ashen Field, Ashen Wood Fields, and Peninsula only. I guess you baited and chat gets happy. Ah, so that's the difference between making a filter for me and making a filter for everybody. I don't want you to get baited. If I get baited, it's content. If you get baited, it's annoying. Right? Can I name this rule? I can. Turn off early. We're going to go through some. All of them. I think I want to completely abandon his entire tiering. I think I want to completely abandon the entire tiering and just make my own. Is that awkward? Ah. Turn off early. Rename this one. Turn off when strict. How many times do you want to come in and re-tier it throughout a league? Do you mean how I already do right now? One more new one. Add a rule. Garbage from the start. Now, here's the problem. These are called currency-like cards. But I don't consider all of them currency-like cards. Okay. Also, where can I auto-tier? Show me what the... No. No. Show me this. Oh, don't do that. No, show me the thing. Reset. Reset this. Reset this. Don't do the thing. Show me the thing. Hello? Right, here we go. Okay, so I can't auto sort on any of my own new tiers. They don't exist. So I can use some of his tiers, but not all of them. So let's start by using just these ones. Turn off early. Oh, why are those? Wait, are they? Hang on. Configure. Oh, they are. Don't include any of those. Never include any of those. right, let's go. It begins. One more tier, 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 one more tier. Solo self-found / early cards. There we go. Immovable meta changes. So the thing is, meta changes and unique changes won't matter. Once this is all set up to begin with, it's very easy to make changes. Right? It's just a lot of work to set up to begin with. For instance, 20% quality Val gems. That's going to go to turn off early. Not immediately garbage, but like, we're going to stop picking those up pretty early. Doomfletch. Faults of it, Zeri. Garbage from the start. Stormcloud. Solid self-found / early cards. Doomfletch. Yo, I put too many things in. It doesn't... Hang on. Make it smaller? Will that help? What the fuck? They have to be at the top of the screen. Yo, I don't need any of these. Can I delete his own tiers? No. Well, that's inconvenient. Okay, that's really annoying. Okay. In that case, I have to be a little bit less picky about my own tiers to begin with. And I have to run inside his thing more than I wanted to, but that's fine. So we can add like... early cards. Show prices. I want them to show prices. There. Alright, volatile power can stay in cheap. Right, we got cheap, which is just we're going to turn off immediately. So that's fine. We're going to use that. We use solo self-found early. And then we're going to hit one more rule, which is turn off early. Now, cheap is going to get turned off early anyway. So the stuff that's defaulting into cheap that should stay there can stay there. That's a solo self-found card. That's not. Gluttony isn't. Vaults can get turned off early, turned off early, turned off early, turned off early. Vaults of it, Zeri also turned off early. That's an interesting one, because if it's the meta, it's good. But most of the time it's trash, so we'll leave it in there. Yo, what is that? Is that for me?
It is.
Where did you get this?
Base stock.
What?
AJ's.
It's,
Base stocks.
it's not even from a... It's not even from an op shop.
No. I saw it and went, nah, that's you.
Hang on, I gotta try on my new shirt.
One for me too. I hope it fits us.
Oh, it feels nice. Oh, scratchy skin make me. Oh, what? That's the right size. That's the right size. I like it. Yeah.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Friends, I've got one too.
Cool.
Alright.
Alright, I'm cool with that. That's a cool shirt. I like it. I like it. Covered in space ducks. Those tacos? They're ducks! Why am I getting close to the camera when I've got a button? They're space ducks. See? There's a little duck, and this is his little space helmet, and his head is in the thing. Space ducks. Okay. Now, what was I doing? Right. Twilight Moon Temple. I think that can stay in cheap. Blind Eyes Vision. Solo self found early cards, please. Life of Electro Heart. Who's decided to be single for the rest of his life? First of all, how little do you know about people if you think space ducks on a shirt is gonna be a red flag to people? This is amazing. I look great. How little do you know about people? Rise of the Phoenix. Saw myself out early. Yeah, if wearing a Space Ducks shirt makes a girl go, ooh, no thank you, I don't want that person. That's someone I'm not interested in. You're going to be playing solo self-found next league. Group self-found. We'll be starting a private league. Scavenger. Keep those. The community just friends with the community. It'll be open to all. Alpha's Howl. The Realm. Death's Oath. How long is yours going to be? Sadly, only about 3 inches. Wait, what? Sorry to hear about it, and don't worry about it. I got a 6-inch tongue and I can breathe through my ears. I'll be fine. Some of the stuff that comes out of my mouth all goes into it. Ridiculous. It might have already been fixed, but some 3 links don't show triangles in early acts. That's not true. Unless they're chrome pieces. Chrome pieces show up as chrome pieces without the big triangles in them. That was intentional. We can challenge that decision. If you think that decision's wrong and you've got an argument for it, I'll take it. Tell me what's going on. Meligara's virtuosity. That's what is that? What is that? Video exit trends. What happens with the 3 green links doesn't show up as a triangle pre-level 10? The gloves, right? They can stay off. Ooh, can you tell me what ones? Hang on. What's a blade? Leveling rules. Load. Customize. Not there. Not here. 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 So specifically green 3 links. I don't have helmets ticked. Yo, green 3-link helmets are missing. Good fucking catch. Is that only in that? Are the rares the same? Rares the same. Good catch. I did not know those were missing. It's not missing on anything else, is it? No. Nope. Is it only 3 green? Is that the only one that was missing them that you noticed? Okay. That's all right. I just checked them. They were... Did I just check them? Let's look for the... Let's just make sure we double check the 3-link versions. Yep. 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 Yep, everything was fine. Just 3-link green helmets specifically wasn't showing up. That must have been a while. That's been over a year. No one's noticed. Not even me. Look at the last time I changed that. It's the 4th of May 2022. Fixed now. You've been breaking all your league starts? All your league starts, man. I've been starting bows most of the time as well. Usually those are the colors I'm after. I don't know about just your league starts. I've been fucking everyone's leagues, including my own. Fuck you if you want a 3-link helmet, I guess. Lightning coil. Chin souls? Do we care? Nah. Kind of trolling yourself, yep. There's like 3,000 people using that filter. No one noticed in a year. Because all the other 3 links showed up. Just not helmets, apparently. So good catch, go on, and thank you. Quality 20% raging spirit gems. Move you into your own turn off early tier because we want them at the beginning. Too many people playing SRS right now. Well, there's my manager's job as a triangle. Yep. Nope. Thank you. Good stuff. Oh, cursed word. Gotta have that. Don't turn that shit off on me. Especially in our group self-found league. You're gonna want everyone picking up cursed words. I'm gonna need to halt out the group found league. I have some good news for you, Diggs. I'm doing the things that matter to you as modules. I'm separating out some solo self-found and early trade league thing, like private league things into individual modules. You'll just be able to add whatever filter you want. You don't have to use mine. You can just add just the modules for the uniques and the cards to your own filter. I'm doing it all. You know, don't worry about it. I got you covered. I got everyone covered. I'm doing all of it right now. So please remind me to make a leveling filter that actually shows all 4 links. That's already a module that I've got that you can just load in. That's already a module. I've already done that. All 4 links and 3 links show color coordinated. You can just load that module into yours filter right now. And it automatically stops working at level thresholds, so it'll never fuck up your later leveling or your mapping or anything like that. It's just for early acts. Already done. Squares equal 4 links, triangles equals 3 links. Green is a green base, so 2 greens and anything else. So 3 greens or 2 greens blue, 2 green red. Red is the same, at least 2 reds. Blue is the same, at least 2 blues on your 3 link. And And then when it becomes a 4-link, there's a black version that's not 3 of something. It's like 211 instead. Any combination of 211, like any 211 combination shows up as like a black instead of a specific color, where the 4 links that are green primary show up green, etc. Okay, so this one's cheap currency line cards. This is the one we want to be able to turn off immediately. Are we showing green, green, red, red as squares? I believe so. I believe so. They are showing. I forget exactly what as. I'm pretty sure any hybrid, anything that doesn't have at least 3 of a color, shows up as a gray because it's a mix. Okay, so here's what I don't like. Here's something I've never liked. Cheap currency-like cards. Common cards. Common currency-like cards. Wow. This is the tier I should be able to leave on. These tiers should be able to go off. So, I'm going to move anything solo self-found out of this one. And this one and this one into the solo self-found tier. I'm gonna move everything that I think should stay on up into common currency, and anything from common currency that should go off down. That's the plan. So cheap currency like cards, I should be able to turn this off. Right? Nobody cares about picking up 6 cards for an offering of the goddess. It's not happening. We get offerings of the goddess 100 different ways. We're all drowning in them by like day 2. There'll be plenty to go around. You don't need to be picking up the card. That can stay here in the off pile. So can that. 76 simulacrum splinters, however. It's 8 cards. Probably should stay on. So we want them to be in current currency. Regals. Common currency. Humility. Common currency. Loyalty. Well. Do we keep loyalties? I think we do. Don't want that. 6 link and tier 3 2 res unset ring. Nice. Reign of Chaos, absolutely fuck right off. This is one of my biggest trap cards. People are like, oh, but I picked up 17 Reign of Chaos cards in 2 maps. Okay, congratulations on your 2 chaos. It took you 3 times as long to run those maps. What a waste of fucking time. To see 2 maps, right? It's actually not worth anything at all. "20 scouting reports should probably stay on. For a little bit. Also 10 oils. 10 oils for 8 cards. Okay, we'll keep on for a little bit. Alks, we'll keep on for a little bit. So This is the way this is going to work in my head. This is the tier that should just be able to be turned off immediately. You just shouldn't. You shouldn't have to look at this tier. This is the tier that'll be on right at the beginning, but gets turned off. Right at the beginning, 10 oils isn't too bad. If you pick up 8 of those cards in the first few days, great. But this is the one that should stay on longer. Okay, so now we're starting on this one. This is the stays on for a little bit. And if I have to move any of them into the solo self-found tier. Rogue Exiles and Tormented Rocket strat, I have done. Okay. How do you rate it? Incredibly disgustingly good for the chaos recipe and for locating like tier 3 and below uniques really quickly in a league. Like tier 3 and below uniques, you can pump them out real quick, like all of them. The actual best place for jewelry? Delve, right? Oh, Blight. I can see that. This one's a trap, right? This card, the Elder Bone Helmet, because it doesn't give you a high enough item level to even roll +2. Isn't this a trap? Correct? Yeah, I thought so. And it can stay put. Could stay there. Level 19 alt quality gem. Why are you in common cards able to be just like turned off? You should be in valuable cards just always. I don't care about what your price is. You should be in valuable cards. Even if I base that purely on the fact that that's, like, first of all, not that common, and second, fun, that should be in valuable cards. There's absolutely no shot that that stays in the delete it option. What is your problem? All right, what's the ruling on Gem Cutter's Promise? How do we feel about that? I feel like it's trash and a waste of my time. It's the same as 7 to 8% quality gems. Yeah. Yeah. If you keep the oil card, you keep the GCP card, honestly. Wow. The oil card is also getting deleted early. So same as this. So this is, again, this is the tier that should just be off immediately. This is trash day one. I'm not seeing it at all. This gets turned off pretty early. So I think this can stay here. Right? Gets turned off pretty early. Kept the tireless extraction. In here, right? I think so. I don't remember where it went now. Yes. I did. I put it in the I put it in the stays for a little bit but gets turned off. Same as this one. Dowageries items. Are there any Dowageries items? It's 9 fucking cards. Are there any Dowagery items that are going to be worth any amount of money by the time you finish a set of 9? No. Buy? Buy. Gold rings. We're never turning them off, right? I know, like technically we should, but the whole lot of us collectively are like, you know what though? What if it's a cool MF ring that can just stay? It can stay based on fun. Minion changes, what are you expecting? Nothing. I expect nothing. What the fuck? That doesn't even give you the specific bows that are really good, does it? Nah. Off you go, bud. That's what minion changes you're hoping for. For a long time, I've been wanting Spectres to come back. I wish that they weren't shit. What the fuck are you? I feel like I've never seen this in my life. Well, you can stay there just because I've never seen you, so I don't expect it to matter. It's the 27 card stack. It can stay because it never drops. It doesn't matter. All 21 golems can stay. anyone Val summon skeletons? Does anyone care? Does anyone care? Could probably just stay there. Unending hunger used to be fantastic when specters were good. Yo, 7 in sleep is a thing. Solar cell phone cards. There you go, buddy. Honestly, encouraging darkness. Solar cell phone cards. Go. The forgotten treasure. Any double influenced leather belt. I don't remember ever in my life hearing about anyone getting a headhunter from this. Can this not drop a headhunter? It can. Also, Mortal Flesh is pretty good. Worm's Molt is usable. Power Clasp is pretty good. Okay, well, why are you so low? Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Why are you so low? You can go up. You can go up. You can go up. Primordial jewels. Solar cell found here. Cospreys and just solar cell found here? Is that rare enough to warrant? I don't think so. Maybe you can just stay there. 21 aura gems. There's going to be some aura bots around. Real excited about that. Especially early. Okay. Now this is the tab. This is the one that I think should stay on for a little bit further. So anything that doesn't deserve to stay on is the card module. Yes. The temple's not included in the max, just an actual temple. Right, that's why I've not seen very many of them. Okay. Oh, specifically for Garth, well, also anyone else, this might interest you. I'm doing the thing where I split my entire fucking filter up into modules. Now, the reason that this might be important is because it means you will never have to copy my filter again. You could make your own filter with your own things once, apply all of my modules to it. You won't get the automatic updates, but all you'll have to do is go into Filter Blade, hit load on your own filter, and that will load all of the module changes that happens as well. And then just hit save. It'll just be load, save, and sync. That's it. And you'll keep your own look, your own colors, your own everything, but you'll get my tier changes. And we're doing it right now. That sounds more complicated than before. No, significantly less. Significantly less. Let me show you what I mean. Demonstration will help. right? Instead of loading one of my filters, you can make your own however you like it, right? However you like everything to look. Make all of your visual changes to whatever you want, right? Once. And then you'll be able to go presets, public, look for BalorMage. And then it takes fucking forever to load this. But then there'll be a list of my modules and you'll be able to hit load card module, load unique tiering, load leveling rules, etc. And then just save and sync your own filter. And what happens is if I make a change to the module, the next time you load up your own filter, you just hit load on Filter Blade, it will check all the modules that are attached to it and apply those updates as well. So you'll put in, you know, my leveling rules, my card tiering, and my unique tiering. And you'll just be able to hit load. It'll check if any updates are done to the module, load them as well. And then you could just resync immediately. And that's all you'd ever have to do once, setting it up once. Load, save and sync. Done. You got all the updates. All your colors, everything the way you want. My tiering. I'll make videos going through it as well. To like show people how to do it once it's all done. We will still have the option to just follow my filters as well. My filters is still going to exist. You can still do everything the same way. But if you're somebody who wants your own filter, but you want my shit, but you don't like the way my filters look, then ta-da, we'll have the ability to do that. Here it comes, the sound of drums. You forgot the my filters will still exist part. I thought that was implied. Like, I'm never going to get rid of my filters. I'm going over every single card for tiering purposes. That was a massive change. So it's just an option though. It's just an option that I think you will like once I get it all done and explain. The old way of doing things is still going to exist. This isn't a replacement. It's just another alternative. The old way of like loading up my filter, those are still all going to exist. All of them. So nothing, you don't have to make the change. You just can. It's just an option if you want to. That's all. Here come the drums, here come the drums. Hey there, baby, baby. I feel like I need a separate tab for links. For 6 links. Because I want to be able to turn this off, but without losing everything that's a 6 link later on. Everything normal will still exist, so you don't have to make any changes, but you can. do all these filters. It's fine. The union is 7 cards for 10 GCPs. That's worth keeping. Seven cards for 3 chaos. Maybe. Questionable. Half chaos a piece. Still probably worth picking up. Okay. Those 3 tiers are done. We've pulled out all of the 6-link cards and all of the solo self-found early cards so far. You're done. You're done. And you're done. Now we're up to these stages right here. Primordial jewels. Prismatic jewels. Unique prismatic jewels. Isn't there only one of those? Watcher's Eye and Anima Stone. Chaotic Disposition. What is that? Oh, I haven't got. We're just going through that tier right now. Yeah, that's 5 Chaos Orbs. 1 card. Why would we remove that? There's a 5 Chaos Orb card. That can stay there. Oh, results the artist. What are you? Yep, you can stay. Prism Guardian card. Solar Self-Found card. Thank you. See ya. Honestly, I'm real tempted to turn this. I'm really tempted to turn this into a Solar Self-Found card too. Unique helmets with lab enchants. As a 1-for-1, yeah. Oh, links. How is the Forbidden Shaco card 9 chaos? In what fucking world? It only needs 9 of them. No, I think that's too cheap. I think that should be like a 20-25 C card. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. $150 at 9 a card. Should be 15 a card, I guess. Although those are scammers, so it's actually 180. Pretty quickly 200. This is scammer territory. What makes this item so special? It's a bit of a gamble. It's quite often bad, but it's supported by two things. Those two things are random. One of them is level 25 to level 35 support, and one of them will be level 1 to level 10 support. So if you get something that's got like flat damage on it, for instance, Ice Bite, well, a level 35 Ice Bite is insane. But a level 10 Ice Bite is worthless to us, right? You get a level 10 Ice Bite, it adds 5 to 8 cold damage per frenzy charge. But if you happen to roll it at level 35, it's adding 51 to 76 damage per frenzy charge. So it's like a cool gamble item that can sometimes be like the most powerful min-max version of something, but it's very hard to get. Right? Like, it's very hard to get because you'd have to roll the right support gem in the right slot that can roll 35 and then have it be 35. Whereas it could be something shit that rolls 35. Like a level 35 Trinity isn't really that good, right? Or a level 35 Momentum. That's not great. Right? Momentum. Momentum gains 15 attack speed. So if it's level 10, it's 17 attack speed. And if it's level 20, 35, it's 23% attack speed. That's it. That's it. That's all it gives. So like some supports suck at high levels. Anything with flat damage generally is really, really good at high levels. Any version of something flat damage. That's also why things like the chest we use in Poison SRS is really good. Like the reason that chest is so insane, right? Hang on. Because it's a level 29 added chaos. So this is Awaken added chaos, right? This is the woke version. At the top end of level 5, so that's like an uncorrupted maxed leveled woke, you get 284 chaos damage, which is much better than the 231 you get out of a level 20 regular gem. But it's actually a level 29 in that chest, which adds up to 565 flat, because flat stuff scales super well with levels. 565 instead of 284, which is what the woke would have given you. Right? Like that's why those things are so good. That's why the Covenant is so good, because that is a level 29 added chaos damage, which is just an absolute shitload. Level 35 added chaos. I don't think I've ever seen a Shaco with 35 added chaos, but it's 793. So yeah, levels are insane for that. Asenath, Gentle Touch. Put that in the solo self-found card here. Always going to want more of those. So that too. And that too. The Taming? Probably just stay invaluable. What the fuck are you? Elevated influenced item. I don't think I've ever turned that in my life. Link cards. Chalupa item. Stay right where you are. Jewels, fine. Does the polymath deserve to be in solo self-found / early cards? Because Astromantis generically important enough outside of a trade league that you want to make sure it's always separated and on. I don't actually know about that one. And now here's where we reach the problem. These are the two that should never turn off ever. But this tier trolls the fuck out of me all the time. Because there are things in here worth 20 chaos. Now I don't want that to ever be hidden. But this is also the tier that fucking brothers stash. The other thing. The level 6 awoke. Like that should... The Tink... noise should be, I don't know what, like at least 100 chaos. I feel like if I'm not making at least 100 chaos, you better not fucking tink at me. Don't hide. These are always staying on, always in the highest tier filter. This thing still stays on. But like there's plenty of cards in here that should be here, right? Like show up, but don't fucking tink at me, right? Teensy, I think. For the tink noise? You want the tink noise at 20 or 15 chaos? No, I want the tink noise to be like 100 chaos. Like, I'm never going to hide 10 and 15C cards. Like, they're worth picking up. But I don't want to let them make a tink noise at me. Like even the enlighten. Even that's okay, but honestly, that should be valuable. You know, technically, Abandoned Wealth should also be down to tier because 3 exalts is not worth that much. But I'm going to leave it there because I like exalts. Well, that's a nostalgia stay, is what that is. That should go. It should go down to valuable because that's only like 8C a card. But exalts though, guys. Like this is a nostalgia stay. It's staying. Decision made. I can't handle it. All right, now anything below 100 chaos should also go to very valuable, not exceptional. That can stay. That can stay. That can stay. I mean, that's below 100, but it's a Watcher's Eye, so they're really cool. Are nurse cards really worth 300C? That can't be right. How much are fucking headhunters? This league. Huh. Okay, sure. Sanctum inflation. Yeah. Bye. 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 Yeah, so I'm not doing this based purely on the price that it currently says in the league, because the price that it currently says in the league isn't like super relevant anyway, because it's going to be a brand new league, right? For instance, Aziri's Disfavor. Aziri's Disfavor should go down because I said under 100, right? Like it should go down here, but that's worth more early. It's worth a lot more early. There's not the default place for that. Should still be a tank. Because right now what we're setting up is the default price. So I'm some of it I'm just using my brain to be like, that's worth more early than it is now, right? Shit, maybe I have to go poison SRS. Why? Actually need a lot of crafting, extra divs, and you get those from Sanctum. True. True. Hey, we haven't had a single person say, hey, I want to do Sanctum running yet. Like, if you like Sanctum running, in terms of don't get baited. Stash. Oh, I hate it. Okay, I'm putting it in very valuable. And it's never getting hidden, but you're right. It doesn't deserve a tink noise. You're right. It doesn't deserve a tink noise. I'm sad about it though. No, Brother's Gift is the Divine Orb one. It stays. Brother's Stash is the Exalt Orb one. It stays on all the time. This tier never gets turned off ever on any filter. This tier never gets turned off. It's staying. It's staying. It's just not going to tink at me. That'd be 100C early leak. Yeah, but it'll also bait me into thinking I've made 5 divines. Still has a beam and just stuff, just no tink. Yeah, it even has a sound, just not the big tink sound. It's still on. It's still got a beam. It's still got an icon. It's still got everything. It's never going to be hidden. It's just not getting that big tink sound. That's all. That big tink sound is like this is the tier of stuff that's in here. Look, we've got fucking 175 Cs. We've got 400C, 300C, 400C, 8000C, 300, 2600, 2800, 3600. Like this is the tier of card that's here. 5 exalts just doesn't make it into that tier, man. It just doesn't. We're only halfway through it so far, so. But lately I've been rocking Sanctum. Cool. As someone asked a minute ago, do we have signups yet? No, but I will work on that this weekend. We'll have signups hopefully by Monday. I signed up for Craft Bitch Supreme. Never done a private league before. What are the restrictions? So a few things. But you're about to be in an ad break, so tell me when you're back because the ad break's coming like right this second. So yell at me when you're back and I'll explain. I'm literally going to do RF Chieftain for Big Boom Explosions. Anything Harvest? Nice. So Kenduin, from there are 2 options. You don't have to be a ROG crafter if you're doing expeditions. Like 90% of your expedition currency comes from running the logbooks. You could be someone who runs maps, does the expedition big explosions, and harvest to get harvest juice. And if you wanted to, you could hand off all the logbooks to someone who likes that and wants to do ROG crafting. Or you could do the logbooks when you feel like it and learn ROG crafting. That's also fine. Right, now where's the boss drop only card options? There aren't any. Okay. hates me. Oh, that's fair enough. Poison SRS could do nothing but logbooks and sanctums forever. You could have all the ROG currency, all the harvest currency, everything. You run all the books so I don't have to do expedition on my tree. Yep. Back. Welcome back. Right, so private league restrictions. So there's nothing extra put on our private league. There are only drawbacks that they allow you to add, so we're not adding any. So it is just like a standard trade league as far as like playing it goes, except there will be no trading for currency. It is a big group found project. Like, think like BPL, if you've ever done that before, except we're all one team. So anything you drop you don't need, you put on the market. Priced at anything, doesn't matter what it's priced at, it's just going to be priced at something so it shows up when people search for it, and people will just take from you what they want, and you take from other people what you want for your build. There's a few tiny restrictions. Very good POG items like triple stat Watcher's Eyes, Headhunters, Mage Bloods, Omniscience, Ashes, things like that. Those will be put in a little like lock to officer only guild tab. That is not to keep you away from it. Anybody is allowed to use them. Anyone. Anyone is allowed to use any of the really good items that we have. It is only put there so that we can track where they go, so that you don't leave the league with them. If you drop a headhunter on the floor, you're allowed to leave the league with your headhunter. What you're not allowed to do is be like, hey, no one's using that. I'm going to use that for a while, take it, and then leave the league with it. Right? Same for like a big drops like Ashes or double purity as Watcher's Eyes or things like that. Anyone's allowed to use them. We just want to keep track of where they went so that we know if somebody's deciding to like leave the private league with like real expensive items. Because we don't want that to happen. Unless you're the one that dropped it. If you're the one that dropped it, you can take it with you. But if you're using it and someone else dropped it, you're not allowed to take it with you, right? Yeah, you can leave it anytime, and you don't have to strip your character. We're just asking that you don't leave with like the super big POG items that you didn't drop, right? You're using an Ashes and 2 30 Divine Alt quality gems that our heist has got in the private league. We want them back to stay in the league for other people to use. We don't want you to leave to trade with all of that. But we don't want you to strip your character. Just the huge, big things, right? Basically, just don't be a cunt, right? Like, that's all it is. Also, the guild stash will be available to everyone, and we'll fill it out with, like, all the extra 6 links that people get in a tab, and, like, alt quality gems from heisters will all be in a tab. You do not have to be in the guild to use anything from the guild. It's just that I can't give you a league-wide stash tab. That doesn't exist. I can't do that. So if you don't want to join the guild, you can just ask anybody in the guild, not just an officer, anybody in the guild, and they're allowed to pull you out a 6 link or a gem or an alt quality thing or like a good corrupted something that's in there or whatever. You can take anything. I can't give everyone access who isn't in the guild, right? Like I can't give you a stash wide, like a league wide stash. It doesn't exist. So the best I can do is set up the guild bank so that everybody can use it, and then encourage everybody to hand things out when somebody not in the guild wants it. There is a global channel. It is 22567. That is the Balor global channel all the time. That is always the global channel. 22567. And that's where everyone will be. You can join it right now if you want to. That's also where most of the in-game chatting will happen instead of in guild, because there'll be plenty of people who aren't in guild, and guilds in this game don't fucking matter. So 22567. Why that number? It spells Balor on like an old school phone where you had like the numbers like A, B, C on 2, and then, you know, like that. It spells Balor. It's BALOR. 22567. Please add at least one of the 5 tags. Oh. Cheering only. It's just tiering only. Apply. Okay, there's now a Balor div card preset. Now I can edit that whenever I want, and anyone who loads the div card preset into their filter, they'll get my div card presets anytime I edit the preset. Next up, you'll have to explain what lead speak is. Oh lord. Okay. I need to visit the bathroom. I will be back in a moment. Filterwork League is not even announced. Yes, but there's a lot of cleaning up I can do. A lot of streamlining I can do. And I usually run out of time to do it. So I'm doing it. And it's going to be fucking all day today. We're just going to be looking at Filterblade and setting up modules and presets and everything. All right. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. Ugh. Alright, time to work on uniques next. Give me a fresh filter, please. Nope, don't you auto load shit. Come over here and show me the unique tiers. No prices, but we're not going to care about that. Specifically, we are going to add a rule. We're going to add that. We're going to call it Solar Silver / Early League, because I don't like his collection of Early League uniques, and also you can't put them back in. Like, it doesn't let you. Like, like, where are they? Also, I want another new one here, actually. Because leveling stuff. Like cheap and hideable uniques, eh? You tell me. Like, in what world does anyone ever want to hide Sedemus? Even on the most strict filter, I still want to pick them up and Val them. Do we not all just want to pick them up and Val them? Is that not a thing? Like, how is this in cheap and hideable? I know it's cheap, but it should never be hideable. Yep, you're right. A third tier. Things to Val. Yeah. Okay, I learned earlier. Start from the top, work your way down, not the other way around. See, I really wish that they would buff Namahu. Namahu's like my favorite of all of the like melee style builds that you can ever make. Namahu was by far my favorite. It's so bad. Just make it usable again. Please. Osprey's Will. Isn't that the chest? Why is this not more expensive, guys? I think this is insanely undervalued, by the way. Like, insanely undervalued. An additional curse. Always apply your curses even to hexproof enemies, and 100% poison chance. I think this is insanely undervalued. There's absolutely no way that it should be that cheap, but it is, and no one's using it, so it stays there. I'm just saying, I don't think it should be that cheap. I think there should be more builds using that.
Get your magic find characters ready.
A Rumbarax. Leveling stuff.
Po 2 will save Namahus.
This is Kim. Think of it a 5-month resub. Needs fizz taken as added to it or it stays trash. Thrill Seeker. Leveling stuff. Does occultist ascendancy already gives that? Right, but then this applies to non-occultists. Right? Remember that that chest also comes with 15% increased life. Because it doesn't have a life roll on it, so you get to use the mastery. Breath of the Council is getting used by people. It's also up to 53 chaos rest. Yeah, it's really not bad. I'm not saying it should be best in slot chest for anyone, but I'm saying it should be in the list of like budget options for way more builds than it is. I think it's funny how higher tier filters hides Progenesis. No, that's accurate. My highest tier filter hides Progenesis and a lot of other things that are boss only drops, because there are other things on those bases that can drop while mapping that are irrelevant. So the highest tier of filters, like the one I normally run when I'm juicing, they hide all boss drops. They ignore the fact that boss drops exist entirely. So you have to press Alt when you go kill bosses. Now, those are not the filters that I share to other people. Those are the ones that I run. Those are the ones that say like Giga Chad fuck off. Right? The filters labeled like that. Because I don't want shit cluttering my map. So I don't need something that could only possibly be a boss drop. I don't need the other versions of that to show up while I'm mapping. Does that make sense? Hey, Dreadark. Leveling stuff. It's an apple used to make it so the aura one. I can't remember. Nah, it's the +3 level of thing, skull looking. There's a nice shirt IRL. I just got it today. My sister, who doesn't even live here, actually just walked into my room like, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, something like that, and was like, I got your shirt. I saw a shirt and I was like, this shirt is definitely for you. And then she held it up and I was like, fuck yeah, that was great. I love that shirt. Thank you. Son of a bitch. She got me a birthday present and tricked me into taking it. Fucking bitch. Oh, she did it by doing it like a day or two late and getting me something I wanted and not saying anything about it. Absolutely tricked. Oh my god. Oh, that was real smart. I've been had. I've been absolutely had. Son of a bitch. I liked it. Yeah, definitely somebody clip that. I'm gonna send it to her. She won. Damn it. And your parents? That was from my sister. I don't know how old you are, but however old you are and still not able to listen when someone else speaks. Shake my head. Remember, you started that. Fear stalkers definitely make it up in the leveling stuff. What else is going to make it into leveling stuff? Yoink. Why are you so upset about getting something nice? So, generally speaking, I don't like presents. I don't like birthday presents or Christmas presents or anything like that because historically, even the people who know me really well, don't get me presents that are any good. It's all shit I don't want all the time. Here's what happens 99.9% of the time when somebody gives you a present. They give you something you would never have bought yourself, that you don't want, that takes up space in your house, and if you throw it away, you're the ungrateful prick. Not them for not having any clue what you like and forcing you to have something you don't want in your house. You for not keeping the garbage you don't want in your house. You're the asshole. So I just don't want presents and I just tell everyone I don't want presents. Never give me any presents. Absolutely no IRL presents. Right? And this time I really like this shirt. So not only did she do a good job, but she also tricked me into accepting it by showing up like 5 or 6 days late and not saying happy birthday, just giving me a shirt, being like, hey, I saw this and thought you would like it. And I was like, yo, that's really cool. Thank you. And she fucking tricked me. She tricked me. That was definitely a birthday present. She tricked me. God damn it. Years old and time the present I got me was trash. I was going to sell them to get what I wanted. I received gift vouchers ever since and now realize it was such esotism response. Yeah, I will say I didn't realize for the longest time that I was the weird one because I didn't know that I was full of the tism. Turns out that reaction might be related. Whoops. This is mega cute. It's adorable. Also, the little yellow symbols you see on them, they're ducks with space helmets. They're ducks with fucking space helmets. It's a duck with a space helmet on. It's a space duck. Look at it. It's a little duck with a space helmet on. It's so fucking cute. And this is my song. Was it made for you? What the fuck? And apparently she saw it at the store and was like, yay, this'll Balor will like this, and just got it. It is very rare that people get me like IRL gifts of things that I didn't directly ask for. That's something I actually want. Super rare. Super rare. Even partners don't do it. They don't know what I want. Tomorrow will take him away. That deserves to be in solo self-found. Let's just go just Hey, somebody knows Blind Guardian. Nice. Storm Cloud should be probably there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Am I blind? Oh, it didn't go anywhere. It's just so much time to go through every single unique individually. It's so much time. Wake of Destruction. Which one is that? Leveling. I thought it might have been. What is Tremor Rod? What do you actually do? Built-in blast chain mine. Mines can be detonated an additional time. +2 to socketed spells. Okay, so this is something you might use on day one if you were a miner. Counted as leveling stuff. Mosaic Kite Shield. Boom. In you go, buddy. Huge. Devotos. In you go, buddy. Does Drill Neck make it in? Nah, it doesn't anymore. It used to. Sprigleaf is leveling though. See? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Doesn't matter. You get hidden anyway. I mean, day one, I generally pick up every unique as well because I'm after Alk shards. Afternoon, Telexia. You just missed it. My sister tricked me. Here's the clip. You'll like it. Yeah, I thought so. That's a really good early league unique. It's got life, resistance, armor, fire damage, 100% chance to avoid being chilled or frozen if you've used a fire skill recently. Get fucked. Yeah, I thought you'd like that. As soon as you showed up, I was like, you're gonna kick out of that. Is that worth blurping? Probably not. How do I get that over to my phone? So that I can message it to my sister. Right, I just go to Discord. I send it to someone on Discord. If you're the person, ignore it. I have to get the link on my phone. Copy link. Paste. It's not worth the burp, but it is worth calling it his birthday shirt every time he wears it in the future. It's such a good shirt though. Guys, you have no idea. Like, the fucking ducks with space helmets on. That's so amazing. There's a little space helmet. He's wearing a little helmet. He's a little space duck. He's a little astronaut duck. It's so good. It's a little space duck. Private league. I will always keep the softcore trade league filters up to date all the time, whether I'm playing it or not. Not only did they nail your choice in shirt, but they also nailed the deception delivery. It's an absolute W. Yeah. Yeah. It's really very well done. Very well done. She doesn't normally get to pull one over on me like that. But she did this time. Morning. What on earth glove is that? Mercenaries. Lot. What on earth is that? Oh, it's that thing. Right. Fair enough. Not in my head like you. Why do I remember this being important in the past? %25% chance to get a power charge when you throw a trap. I feel like I've used this in the past, but I don't know why. Whatever. That one. Matua Tupuna. That's the early Orba thing, right? It is 20% increased effect of non-curse auras on your minions and an increased effect of non-curse auras from your skills. Oh, thank you. Yep. So that one, also the Scourge, in case anybody wants it, but where'd it go? Tarnished, there it is. Solar Self-Found / Early League. In you go. Mark of the Red Covenant into leveling stuff. There'll definitely be at least a few people rolling SRS. Sign of the Sin Eater. Solo Self-Found / Dowadry's Tendra. Is that the 100% spell damage gloves? I think it is. Dowadry's Tenure. It is.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Yo. Yo. What is that? Garth, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. Huge. Vanguard belt. Yo. Also found / Early League. Wanderlust. Leveling stuff.
Get your magic find characters ready.
And Telexia. Also thank you for the gifted sub. How long is the Subfest going for? That's a good question. I don't remember. I don't know if we make it to level 4 though. The bar is semi-misleading. I haven't ironed this shirt yet because it's brand new. I don't know if it'll sit open well. Okay. Is it time to admit that I iron a small crease into my dress shirts so that they will sit open on stream like this? Just like a light crease. I iron them in right there. So you can still button them up and it's fine and no one notices, but when you go to open them up like this, they sit there properly. I iron a small crease into them all so I can do this on stream. Not a whore for money, by the way. I'm not a whore for money. I'm a whore for attention. I want all the attention. I want as much attention from as many people as I can get. I am 100% an attention whore. I want people to pay attention to me and objectify me. It's real weird. It's like the opposite of what a lot of people want. Man's hit me. Hit me harder. Hit me like it gave you permission. Nice, Cloudy. But yeah, this bar here is a little misleading the way they've done it. Because like when we rolled over to level 3, it didn't like restart the bar, right? It just moved the total required. And then the bar started like 70% full. But it's actually like the whole next level is just in that little part. It's not technically lying, but it is a little misleading. It leads you to believe that you're like really close to hitting level 4 when we really only just hit level 3. Right? Like it's a trick to get people to like do more. Which like I should lean into so that people do more, right? Like, but I don't, because I don't know, it seems misleading to me. I don't like misleading. Okay, I think that's everything out of this tier. Don't think anyone cares about any of the rest of this. Moving on. You come up with these thoughts while ironing your crease.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Yellow, thank you very much for the prime. And Whiskey Sipper also, thank you very much for the prime. Look at them
Get your
prime
magic find characters
usages.
ready.
Remember, if you don't use your prime, you're leaving money in Jeff Bezos' pocket.
Yo chat, check your prime subs.
Use it on someone. I'm going, no looking back. Morning.
Fucked up the rice.
What's wrong
Got
with it?
some more on. You taste it.
Oh, what is wrong with the rice?
Chuck it in. I've got some more on. It's going to be about 5 minutes.
Oh my god, how did you fuck up rice? What's wrong
I
with it?
don't know. I cooked. It's just half cooked.
Okay. There you go. You take that back.
Get some more rice.
Oh. Oh, what? How? I don't know, but it wasn't good. Is it soggy? More like it's crisp and hard. And a little crunchy.
Spin that wheel.
Yeah, we're not doing that shit. That's gone. Fuck the wheel. Also, it's dinner time. Thank you for the biddies. Apep's Rage. Well, is anyone going to use Apep's Rage now that that build's dead? Elk shots don't get used for that. I mean, technically, I can use them for elk shards. I'm mostly just looking for things that belong in specialty categories. Like solo self-found stuff that like probably won't get turned off. specific leveling uniques and things to Val. Right? That's specifically what I'm looking for. Elevors are a good example. Almost every one of these is a good example. Alpha's how? Alpha's how? Yeah. Apparently I've been involved in too many hype trains. I have all of the emotes. Oh no. We want Alpha's Howl, right? There'll for sure be people after Alpha's House. Two people will definitely want it, and then nobody else. Okay, well. Probably same with March of the Legion. Gold rooms. Things to Val. I'm not going to hide Black Suncrests, but... Thunder Fists. Huge. Brutus Lead Sprinklers. We're gonna need those. Incandescent Heart and Change of Commands probably belong there, actually. Doom Fletch, no. Bitter Dream. Dark Seer. I mean, I'm not gonna hide them, but I'm not gonna highlight them either. Face is pinker than usual. Your face is pink. I don't know. Looks normal to me. Nah, it's just looks normal to me. I think that's everything from here. Oh, no, that's not true. Cold Iron Points. Huge. Oh no, that's there's something seriously wrong with the capture of the thing. That's different from the camera. There's like a whole, like the real life part is a whole different thing. Something's wrong with the capture. You can tell really easily when I'm playing PoE. It's a little harder when I'm looking at websites. I don't know what it is that's wrong with it. I haven't been able to fix it yet. I really want to. Vixens are right there. I'm gonna put them in. I'm gonna put them in and just hope that it works. I hope that they fix it. Lightning coil. Huge. Aussie glow from what, the moonlight? From all the time I spend at the beach. Can I assume widow holes will be wanted? Use solo self-found filters? Not exclusively solo self-found. We're just redoing filter tiering in general. But at the same time, I'm making my own leveling stuff, solo self-found / early league items that should stay on, and things to Val that I don't want hidden. Now this is the interesting bit. Are you able to use this at League Start or start all over again? Oh, I'll definitely be able to use this at League Start. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it now. That doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be slot and play. Like, it might not be 100% accurate when it comes to League Start, but separating these all into a modules means I can do like 95% of the work right now. And the morning before League Start, when we've had like all the patch notes and NeverSync has done all his updates and whatnot, I'll be able to just load in my module, make the tiny changes that need to be made to the module, and then ta-da! What if the tiers have been changed? You have to check everything one by one. So what's happening, or what I'm doing, is I'm not really involving myself too much in the tiers that he set. So those will all be able to be changed. What I'm doing is I've set up 3 extra tiers that are my own. And saving it as a module is going to remember the movements that I've made. So it'll remember, set up these 3 tabs, move these items into it, no matter where they were. And so if certain things changes, like a new unique is like suddenly good or suddenly belongs somewhere or whatever, I'll just have to find that new thing and pull it out, or load my module up and delete the one thing I don't want anymore. So it won't be all the work, it won't be plug and play every season, but it already isn't. I already do a bunch of work every morning. The morning of League Start. This will just make that job easier. Fucking Skyforce. Yeah. It's actually super important. Like, I'm hoping that I get a, I'm hoping that someone, whether it's me or not, gets a, profane proxy on day 1. I'm hoping. But I don't think I need to move it because it's already in boss drop exclusive. And that's not going to be off. It's never going to be off. Maybe I should move it anyway. Because I can set up special colors for the solo self-found / early stuff that we need for the private league. But then there's so many other things that drop here, right? Hungry Loop, Marker Submission, Essence Worm, Void Eye, all of those. And they're so much less important. So... The teaser video you released, why didn't know anything about PoE1? Sus? Because the teaser was labeled, hey, you'll also get some information about PoE2. Here's a teaser for that. What do you mean? Why would there be information about PoE1 in the PoE2 teaser video? Wait, what do you mean? I'm good.
Now, Money?
No,
Cooked right now.
I'm good. Thank you. Bill just turned down food? Yeah, plain white rice. You mess with it, but something's going wrong. You mess with it. Now whip it into shape. Shape it up. Get straight. Go forward. Move ahead. Try to detect it. It's not too late to whip it into shape. Shape it up. Get straight. Go forward. Move ahead. Try to detect it. It's not too late to whip it. These all seem good. Those all seem great. The fuck are you? What the fuck is this? Drops from the okay. Just realized you released 2 videos and I've only seen that one and I was confused. Right, you saw the one from the, hey, by the way, there's PoE2 announcements coming as well. Here's the PoE2 trailer. Okay, well, it's whatever it is, it's fucking expensive. I don't remember seeing a build use it at all, but sure. Just double checking. Everything else here should be in tier 1. Good old Cloak of Tom Isley. Drops from Elrion's chest in a Syndicate safe house. Fucking Bino's kitchen knife. Tier 1? Bino's kitchen knife? Tier 1. Really? Okay. Fortification house? I wasn't sure if it was any house or not. I know it used to be one specific house, but I thought I remembered hearing something about them letting Elrion be in any house, but I didn't actually read it. I never understood why there's like 2 builders that actually use it. There used to be a lot. What are you? Ah, you don't exist anymore. You were the base for that helmet. Right. I see. I tell you what, we're going to want some heat shivers. People are going to be real excited about heat shivers. I don't know how many people are going to want heat shivers, but I bet it's more than one. I better set off fireworks when it drops. I'm leaving it in tier 2 for this because this is like modules for everyone. I'll make a specific for us where it'll be like fucking. Bold you to assume they won't get nerfed. I don't think anything's ever been nerfed that I expected. Whenever you find yourself thinking, surely this will get nerfed, it won't. And whenever you find yourself thinking, there's no need to nerf that, well, be careful. All right. I mean, I think I'm happy with that sort of tiering. Surely there's more things to Val, though. Something missing here too. I'm not sure that RF will ever be in jeopardy of not being usable because it's never been good and it's not good now. It's also just not bad either. It's a decent build that has always been decent and I assume will always remain decent. It's supposed to be like, you know, one of those safety options. Okay. What else should we be picking up and varling off the floor? There's more than 3 options. March of the Legion does belong in there, but I also put them in the Solid Stuff and early unique. Greed's Embrace. What's its base again? Am I fucking blind? It's actually not. It's in boss drops. Things to Val, for sure. Back in. Anything else? What are some other things? Shouldn't be varling. Normally garbage. That might be it. That's a boss drop. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more specific we can be than that until we're like into the league, right? Mage Flood, yep. Right. That was some good food. Good chicken, at least. I'll be back in a second. Need to take this plate upstairs and wash my hands. Back in a moment. I don't think there's anything else I can do with uniques. Oh, what about Comb Spirits as things to Val? Absolutely. What's its base called again? Comb Spirit. Is it a Val gauntlet? No, Titan. I think yes, but I think that stays here anyway because it's a multi-base unique, and you get the battering rams like a lot, and I don't want them to be separated. Same with like the Covenant. Like I'd love to have the Covenant highlighted especially, but like it's gonna be a soul mantle most of the time, right? Alright, well, we might do more specific things to that later, but for now, I think that's it for unique tiering. That's not how you spell that. Is that how you spell that? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Evening. It is right. It doesn't look right. Okay, sure. There we go. Div card and unique have their own presets now, as well as most of my filters don't exist anymore, and most of my filters on here don't exist anymore. Everything clean. Everything clean. And we fixed the mistake with the leveling filter that's been there for a year. No one noticed until go on. Thank you again. What was the mistake? Non-rare green base 3-link helmets weren't highlighted at all. So like where you would get all the triangle 3 links, the non-rare helmets were not falling under that rule. So you'd get gloves and boots and chests and shields, but not helmets. No more searching for 15 league start filters? Nope. It now looks like this. Actually, we can go one step further. League start load. See that? Updated presets. Okay, actually, we're going to do that again, especially for anybody who's watching. Again, we're going to make videos on this stuff before the league starts. But let's do that again real quick. Right? So pretend this is a filter that you've got, that you've made yourself with your own colors. And what you've done is you've gone and found my presets. This is what we should do. We will be able to do later. You've gone and found my presets for settings, my leveling filter and whatnot, applied them to your own, right? You've applied them so that you've got my tiering, but on your own filter, the way you like it, with your noises, except your colors, etc. Well, when I update my modules, those will get automatically pushed the next time you update your own filter. So filter blade will get automatically updated, but this won't, right? This auto follow, this doesn't get automatically updated unless you do it from filter blade. So if you're following my filters right now, you have to do nothing at all, and you will continue to have to do nothing at all because I push the updates to here. But if you make your own filter, or you have to make your own changes or have your own colors or anything like that, you'll know that you can't follow my filters from here, right? Because you need to make edits to them. So instead of making edits to them, you will now be able to make your own filter, find my presets that you like that will all be separated into different areas, load them into your own filter. You'll do that once, set everything up properly. Then, when you come over to your own filter, which will be right here, and you hit load, right? You will also see, when you don't make any changes, preset update from Balor's leveling rules version this, updated to leveling rules version this. Because I made a change to the module, the next time you load your filter, it'll automatically update the module you're using from mine. So when you go to update, all you'll have to do is hit load and then save and export, and that's it. Because you'll already get all of my module changes. So if you hate my colors of my filter or they don't work for you, you've got either for preference reasons or for like, I've got colorblind problem reasons, I need certain colors, whatever. It still became way easier once it's set up, right? Way easier because it'll just, for you, it'll just be load, save, boom, done. So how can I set up tiering and turning things on and off? I'm gonna have to write a log myself. But if I write a log myself, so I can tier uniques and I can tier div cards, and that's fine. What if I do a different module for, not for moving things, but for turning things off and on? Does it work for all classes? Yes, they work for softcore trade. That's it. Just doesn't matter what you're playing, softcore trade. Because it doesn't actually matter what class you're playing in softcore trade. If an item has a monetary value, average, that's worth picking up, and it's worth picking up for everyone, because we're in a trade league. So what you're playing doesn't actually matter. Okay, so let me just run this idea in my head. Everything can be a module. Everything can be a module. So let's say I run one module where I control what tier rare drops are in, right? I was worried about what's good for me. No leveling filters. Yep. Okay. So let me run this idea by everybody and just tell me why it might be wrong. And if you see a problem. Let's say I put one module where I control what tier things are in. And that's all that module does, is mess around with the tiers of rares to where I want them to be. Right? And then I make 3 separate modules. One called basic filter, one called like strict filter, and one called like Giga Chad fuck off filter or whatever, right? Whatever their names are. And then what I'll have is those modules will not control where things are. They will control what tiers are turned on and off. Right? So in your early game filter, all of these will be turned on. In the mid game filter, all of these will be turned off. Right? And so what I will have to do then, if one thing changes, instead of having to change 4 filters and warn everyone, I'll just be able to move, oh, the meta's changed and all of a sudden hubris circlets are complete garbage. No one's ever using them again. For the rest of this league, no one's using it. I'll be able to load up the tiering filter and then just be like, well, hubris circlets are tier 3 now. They're off for everybody. And your league start filter will still show them because they're on in league starts. But tier 2s and 3s are off in your strict filter, so they're gone now. I just have to separate the modules for what's turned on and off and the modules for where everything is tiered. As long as I don't touch the colors while I'm doing either of those things, as long as I don't touch the colors, then anyone with any filter color setup they want can easily load in my tiers and could easily load in a strictness if they wanted to, but they could just load in the tiers if they wanted to and set up their own level of strictness. Be like, you know, actually, I like the tiers strictness, but I actually want to still show a little bit more than you do, and I'm going to turn tier 2 back on again. Because I've already set up what's in tier 2, it would just be a matter of turning it back on and you can show a little bit more. Turning back off and you can show a little bit less. Again, this is all in addition to just following my base filters. Like, you don't have to do any of these things. This is only for people who want to, you know, people who really want to do more shit. But it would mean, for instance, for some reason, silk gloves become like the best pair of gloves in a league. I would have to load one single module up, which is the tiering module, and then just be like, okay, tier 1, silk gloves, boom. Okay, save the module, and that's it. Every single filter across all strictnesses, suddenly silk gloves would be tier 1. It's a lot more work for me and a lot more keeping things separate for me, but it's fuckload easier for everybody else, isn't it? And I've got time now. I have time now. Now I can do all of the things. And good for the gander. That's such an abstract reference. The fuck? Okay, okay. Fresh load, fresh load. Give me a fresh filter. Don't touch anything. Over to customize. Don't load anything. All right, we're going to do some tiering using my own brain. Okay. Let's start with tier 1s. There are too many tier 1s. So, some of this shit can't be tier 1. Unacceptable. Too many tier 1 bases. Let's see what I can fuck off. I really want to fuck off Despot Axes, man. Like, I really want to. Can't I, though, off tier 1? Right. So, first, let's establish what's happening with turning tiers off and on. Right? Let's establish first what's happening with turning tiers off and on. Early mapping, the first strictness level when you first get to white maps. That's going to have all tier 3, all tier 2, and all tier 1 on. Your general mapping filter, which will be what most people sit on, right, is going to show all tier 1 items. No, tier 4 will be hidden regardless. Let's see. So tier 4 will be hidden regardless. Actually, how are we going to do this? I don't need to stick to those rules. Okay. So we're going to have 4 filters, right? Damn it, I wish I had no... Oh, I do have Notepad++. Fuck yeah. Okay. So. 4 levels of filters. League start. Early mapping. General mapping. Strict. Do I need these? Why do league start and early mapping need to be different? It's how I run it right now. But they don't, right? In fact, if I just hide single wisdoms and portal scrolls in only map tier and above, then doesn't the leagues, and I still show them during the campaign, then can't I combine league start and early mapping into one filter by just using level restrictions to hide a few extra things once I get to maps? Like, they can just be one filter. Once you train your brain to not stop and pick up every single wisdom scroll? No, no, I can use level restrictions to turn off. I can use the level restrictions to turn off basic shit in, like, maps, right? Because you can have currency show during the campaign that doesn't show during maps. So I can just have it turn off, like, single individual wisdoms and portals and whatnot, still pick up stacks on the league start version. So it could just be one filter, league start, and you would start mapping with that as well. Right? And then general mapping filter would be like, that's better for naming it, actually. That's better for naming it. So this is actually just not league start. It's early filter. It's just early general strict, super strict, right? Time or early as in levels. So basically I want you to stay on the first filter until around the time where you get your first 2 watchstones at the latest, or when you get to red maps at the earliest, depending on what kind of a player you are. That's the range of where you should swap it. I'd be swapping it as soon as I'm in red maps, but I can forgive you if you wait until you get your 2 watchstones. But that's the point at which you should change from early filter to mapping filter, like to general mapping. So maybe it's not called general mapping. Maybe it's general mapping, and maybe the one that I called general mapping is actually called strict. And maybe this one is actually called super strict. And then the 4th one is Giga Chad fuck off. I mean, I can't really call them leveling 2 watchstones end game filter. Like, those aren't, like, they can be in the descriptions, but like that's not the name of filters, right? So first I have to really properly define exactly when I want these filters to be used. So general mapping, first tune level 1 to red maps. Strict, red maps till juicing or sick of loot. Super strict, the filter most people should run forever. That's a bit misleading. I mean, that makes you think you should start with it. You shouldn't start with it. But this is the strictness that everyone should be on eventually, and then stay on for the rest of the league. How do I type that? How do I make that? End game, not forever. End game. Juicy McJuice face hides all the money. Again, this is the strictness I don't encourage people to use. This is the I've turned off everything in the world. This is there's a stack of 20 alks on the floor and I can't see it. This is I went and killed Uber bosses for an hour and forgot to press Alt, and now I've lost all my profit because nothing showed. There was a Progenesis on the ground and I left it there. Like that's that one. You don't want that. right? You think SRS will Trail Guardian put Necro Lightning Champion? I don't count Lightning, by the way. The Lightning Champion, I don't count that as an SRS build. It's got like 4 extra buttons and extra things to do. It's technically using SRS, but the only thing that it has that's in common with the other 2 options of SRS is that it's using SRS. The other 2 options are built to be... Oh, right, we're in ads. Yep, never mind. I'll explain that when he gets back. Okay, so these are the breakdowns. This should just be 1 and 2. Rare show T1 only. Fuck your rares. Special bases only. So this is where you just don't see rares unless they're fractured bases or temple bases or like things like that, right? You're done picking up loot. Filters Doctor Who in less than 2 days. Yo, huge. Whatever day Doctor Who comes out, I'm gonna be like an hour later than I could have been. I'm gonna watch Doctor Who. Bad doinking. Badoinking, are you back from ads? Sweet. So I was saying, I don't consider Lightning SRS Champ to be an SRS build. It's a champion build that uses SRS as delivery. The reason I don't consider it in the same running is the reasons we play, or at least the reasons I play SRS, is because it's as automated as it can be, very few buttons and very, very smooth and easy to play. Champion loses every single one of those upsides. It adds a whole bunch of extra buttons. You have to manage things. There are aura uptimes that you have to worry about. Way more importantly, you've got to smite things, like all sorts of shit. It's a lot more actions per second. It's a good build. It doesn't fall into the same category. The only thing it has in common is that it's using Summon Raging Spirits, but it's not in the same category. It's a much more intense build to play. Easier to fuck up. Didn't the Mastermind Ben use champion? Yeah. All those downsides are just listed don't apply to Ben. He could play a 16 button build and it wouldn't even phase him. Whereas the other versions of SRS, both the Guardian, Tri-Ellie, and the Poison one, are mostly automated and Bepega proof. So, which is why I put them in different categories. I don't think they compete with each other. The different categories of builds. we're looking at like mostly automated Pepega proof builds, and then champion, press 17 buttons, manage everything, make sure your uptime is correct. And yes, the champion can be very good, but it's not the same build. I don't think they compete. So, general mapping. A lot of uniques show, especially leveling and early game ones, worth money early. Very loose. Very loosey goosey. That's not how you spell goosey. Goosey. Goosey? I don't know if that's how you spell that. I spell it at all. That's goosey. That's not. That's not how you spell goosey. I don't think it would have an apostrophe. I don't think it would have an apostrophe. Far less showing. Only stuff. For fun. We can worry about spelling later. I'm sure there'll be 100 spelling mistakes in here. Doing in the what build do you recommend doing in the upcoming league? Big fan of the SRS, but honestly I'm sick of doing it. Well, first I suggest wait until we get patch notes, because I can't really suggest anything until we have patch notes, which will happen in 5 days. So I think that's the descriptions. Now, when it comes to weapons like Despot axes, for instance, you're going to want to be picking every single Despot axe up if you're a bone zone build when you first get to maps, right? By the time you get to strict, which is like red maps, what are the chances you really pick up like a spine bow or a despot axe off the floor anymore in a trade league that's actually worth having? You've already got your off the floor weapon. You're now looking to buy like a fractured attack speed or something off the auction house to start with, or a fractured base off the floor, right? By the time you're there, you're done with your off the floor upgrades, right? As far as I'm concerned. So means general mapping is only going to show tier 1 and tier 2 bases, whatever I set those to be. Tier 3 bases are going to be hidden the moment you get to maps. But we can set what those tiers are right now. Which means we're going to move stuff out of tier 1. So this is tier 1. This is after we've killed the first 2 watchstones on a league start. We're looking at like only wanting to pick up like good items. It's like fugitive boots don't count anymore because we're going to override their implicits anyway. So we're looking for the best bases only. There are too many on everything here. Too many on everything here. Like the Dean fractured items. I like fractured items. They're not bad. 2 stones is actually just a really good base anyway, even without the thing. So fugitives can go down. Some of this shit just has to go off. Okay, so thinking trade league economics. Thinking about trade league economics. We don't really care about energy shield bases. We don't really care about most energy shield hybrid gloves or boots. But we do care about energy shield evasion boots and energy shield armor boots, and potentially even straight evasion. Evasion, energy shield, and straight evasion, and evasion armor should stay. Okay, gloves. Apothecary gloves are gone. So those. So those. So those. So those. Okay, helmets. Do we care about bone helmets? Yeah, let's do using that. I'm wondering if it's possible to league start a map 6 league. Okay, so Wandering Path is sort of a trap and sort of not a trap at all. It was definitely much, much, much faster to get to my first 2 watchstones. And that's great. But you better goddamn well be running a good build and know what you're doing, because you get to those 2 first watchstones at an alarmingly fast rate. And a lot of you won't be ready to kill them by the time you get there. And that'll be very fucking frustrating. You also gain nothing while you're doing it. You're not getting essences and strong boxes and levels that you would be otherwise getting. You're just very quickly progressing maps to bosses that might push your dick in the dirt. So do it if you can kill if you can kill them easy. It's absolutely the fastest way there. But do be aware you could be progressing so quickly you outgear yourself. Not picking up Colossal Tower shields, tell you that much. Or those. Surprisingly enough, all those, I think they're wrong. I think I need a tier 2 shield to come back up again. The suppress one, the best suppress one. What is that? Which one's the best suppress shield? This one, I think. Supreme has 57, yes. Actually, we'll keep Lacquered and Supreme. Okay. Back to tier 1. Okay. Those are the only 3 shields we're going to see. Bone helmets can go. Eternal Burgonets are straight strength. That can go. Hubris can stay. Strength into Predator Crown. You can go. Strength next to Side Mask. That's armor evasion. That's straight armor. Yep. Armor evasion as well. I just am fucking around in the stand of a Toxic Green and Heist. I hate it so much. Yeah, it's because Toxic Green's trash. It's so unfun to play. Okay. Now we have to be way stricter. There are too many things. So again, this is tier 1. So this is after the first 2 watchstones. We have to get rid of most of this shit. Not before the first 2 watchstones. We've still got tier 2 for that. We're going to still show most of these things on that, and we will. What do we still show for weapons after we've got our first 2 watchstones? We're still progressing. We still haven't finished our Atlas, but we're in red maps. We're consistently running tier 14 to 16 maps. We're still progressing to our other 2, so we're not done picking up loot here. But we are being significantly more picky. What are we keeping? Alright, well, let's start with what we're not keeping. We're not keeping that. We're not keeping that. We're not keeping that. We're not keeping that. This is unID'd yellows off the floor? Yeah. So I've gotten rid of like 70% of the armor bases that are here. But the weapons... feel like you don't care. I feel like you don't pick up weapons off the floor anymore, like at all. Early, sure, but once you've got 2 watchstones, they all take up too much room. Yeah, you're right. Rare short bows I'm not picking up. Or rare thicket bows, probably either. You're gonna... The few people that use short bows and thicket bows basically have to craft them and want a 6-link base to begin with, right? There's no way you ID a weapon. There's just no reasons. Yeah, I'm real tempted to say all of these could go off. So we're still thinking trade league, not our private league. We're still thinking trade league here. Thinking rare weapons is an essence that takes up 8 slots. Yeah, I think once you're at the 2 watchstone stage, I think you literally just don't pick up anything from this category anymore. Right? Because we've got the general mapping filter for early. This is where we will pick up weapons off the floor. This is what we run until we're into red maps solidly, right? So we will be picking up weapons because you can still get your bow weapon or your claw or whatever. Upgrades can still come off the ground. Right? But that's you should be done with that by now. We should be looking to craft, we should be looking at essence, we should be looking at buying fractured items, we should be looking at that sort of shit, right? So I think all of these gone. Every single one. Bye. Right. Any other bases here that should be turned off? Again, we're still going by this standard. So there's still like some stuff showing. We're still looking for some upgrades. This is not super strict. Super strict is where we're going to turn everything off. That's our like normal standard end game filter. That's where all the rares go off. This is a step before that. Before we turn off all the rares, what are we still picking up? This is my list currently, but I feel like it's slightly too big. You could make an argument that convoking ones still make pretty good money at that stage. They're actually quite a bit easier to hit stuff. Tier 2 is going to be fun. We'll get to that in a minute. So Decide helmet is the best Dex Int hybrid helmet, which is where you get like suppression on ES hybrids. But maybe we don't care about that. Maybe we don't care about that. Nightmare is the best, right? Isn't Nightmare the best? Wait, maybe Dragon Scale is the best. Maybe Nightmare Bassinet shouldn't be there and Dragon Scale should? Oh, there's 2. There's 2 that are the best. Pigface and Nightmare. They're just the other way around. They're both hybrids, but one is slightly evasion heavy and one is slightly armor heavy. Oh, fuck them. They can both go to tier 2. Honestly, almost so can Val masks. Nah. Sinister Tricorn and Lion's Pelt are the same thing, but Lion's Pelt is better, right? Alright, that's it. That's all that's left on in tier 1 for armor and weapons. I can always change these later. Okay, off to tier 2. Yikes. Too many. Too much of everything, buddy. Okay, so this is tier 2 is the rule for here is stuff that will still show, like this is stuff that shows when we first get to maps, which we do need a lot of. We do need to pick up items off the floor. It's unfortunate, but we have to. But this is too many. So. Oh, fuck me. Thank you. So. Let's go through this a different way then. Let's go. Energy shield. Let's have a look at tier 2s. So tier 2 is anything that's in that green. Well, I don't need those 2 boots, do I? Well, there's no tier 1 in those. So we at least don't need that one. Honestly, that's probably fine for straight ES. Let's look at ES evasion. Well, that's way too many. Okay. So some more shit's turning off. So we're always going to have murder boots on. Because they're tier 1. I think we're going to turn saddest garbs on. Because they're the best hybrids. On tier 2. I'm going to get rid of those. I'm going to get rid of those and those. I'm going to get rid of them. Get rid of them. Mirrored spike shields, fine. Okay, so we've got literally an extra thing turned on every evasion hybrid piece. Way too many straight evasion pieces on here. So we've always got slinks on. Gonna keep stealth on. I'm gonna turn off these 2 at least. Yeah, we can leave those 2 on. We can get rid of that. Why a lacquered buckler with its 6% movement tier 1 when Crusader buckler has 9% movement speed? What we got here? 549? Right, because it's got more evasion. I don't think we care. I think the higher movement speed makes that the more important movement speed base. And that one becomes the tier 2 movement speed base. 549. 506, 25%. Yeah, that's fine. Yo, way too much tier 2 shit here. Way too much. Nightmare Bassinet can be found here. None of those. Okay, so what else am I turning off here? Are we picking up shields? Not shields, body armors, like at all? Trying to remember if I ever pick up body armors or if I always just ignore them because they take up too much space, even when I first get to maps. I think I do. I think I still pick up some body armors. Yeah, I do. That's sad. Okay, but there's too many of these though. Dragon scale's the best, but that's gonna be either always on. Any chaos recipes I'm at best. I'm convinced. Bye. This is too many pairs of boots. Now I'm usually a little bit looser with boots because we're after movement speed. So I've been turning on like one extra thing for tier 2, but I think I'll leave 2 extra boots on for tier 2. Because I'm a little bit looser with boots. I think we turned that and that off at least. Maybe that one as well. 3 different pairs of evasion armor boots. Maybe leave serpent scales on as well. And those 2 off. Am I ever going to pick up either of these shields? Would I suggest anyone picking up either of these shields? The armor evasion hybrid shields. I don't, but I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can turn them all off for everyone. Okay, moving on. Straight armor bases. I'm gonna say top 2. I'm gonna say the top 2 can stay on. Where it shows me white items and weak blue ones. How can I disable that? I don't know what it is, but here's something I can show you. This will help you a lot. If you have an item, any item, and you control C just with your mouse over it to copy, you can actually go up to simulate, the simulate tab, and there's a thing in there where you can paste that item into the filter, and it'll take you to where what rule is applying to that and why it's showing. It is probably from the crafting section, but you can use the copy and paste straight out of game to find the rule that's affecting it, and then you can decide what to do with it from there. Alright, so same thing with boots. Even though I would normally only leave the top 2 on, I'm going to leave an extra one on for boots because they're a little more viable. We might even do the same thing for gloves and helmets here as well. Nah. Don't need that one either. I would personally never pick up these, but just because I'm always in a rush. Okay, so tier 2. I'm done with champion kite shields. If we're going to pick up those sort of armory S hybrids, they're going to be the one that comes with all res. I'm going to take away those 2. I'm going to take away those. Probably going to take away those as well. Okay. Pause. Imperial and Gemini on tier 2. They're the only ones that matter. Everything else can go. Cool. Daggers. None of them make it onto tier 2. We're not picking up daggers apparently at all. Is that okay? Is there a dagger we should be picking up when we first get to maps? Time to practice run, Pineapple. Get faster. The thing is, you're already fast. What you need to practice is not taking a break every 18 minutes. I'm sorry, that's a little bit called out. I apologize. That was a little bit mean. One-handed mace is all hidden. That's fine. I feel so seen. Toxic. Like, Pineapple's spoken about her time to maps before. She's actually pretty quick. She's like 6 hours to maps. The problem is it's 2 hours of playing and then a 20-minute break doing something else, and then 2 more hours of playing and then get distracted by something else and go do that for 40 minutes and then come back for an hour and then get distracted again and then come back for the final hour. And she's made it to maps in 6 hours of playtime, but it took 9. It was 6 hours in front of the computer, but it took 9. No one's picking up Azimite axes. Fuck you. They're spot only. Maces? No one wants any maces? Cool. War staves. No one wants those either. Bows. Okay. It's unfortunate for all the fizz bow enjoyers, but no one wants a Citadel bow anymore. Bye. Short, thicket, spine, imperial, and Marketh. When I first get to maps, I'm picking up every one of those bows. I'm looking for like any double flat with room for a third flat, right? Like we're picking any of those up. We don't actually care. They all attack fast enough. We'd prefer a spine bow over everything else, but we're picking up everything, right? Rune daggers. Okay, so these are for spells, right? Rune daggers are spell daggers, right? So here's my question. Why is the highest base rune dagger 40% global crit chance, when the one below it is 50% global crit chance? And these are spell daggers that we do not care about the attack value of. Then below that, 40% again, and then below that, 50%, 50%. What? But the attack value and attack speed and damage doesn't matter. These are spell weapons. It's only the implicit that matters. Why are there... Why is some of the top bases worse implicits? Is there a reason I can't hide the two bad implicits? Fuck you, 40%ers. Nobody wants you. We'll pick up the 50s if we're a spell build. I'm doing it. I hope there's no good reason. Yeah, those three bases are all the same. Also, why? Why am I the same base 3 times? This is the same base 3 times. Just make it one base. Stop it. There's too many bases in this game. Quivers! Okay, what are the quivers I care about? Not heavy. At least these quivers are different, right? Projectile speed, attack speed, elemental damage with attacks. Yeah, that's it. That's all we're picking up, and only in tier 2s. Scepters. Oh, we're tier 3 out that one. 40%, 40%, and damage pen 6. Do we keep damage pen 6? Is some Samba Scepter actually? Here's my argument. Pen is great. We're never IDing fucking pog as shit endgame scepters off the floor. We're almost always crafting them and almost always starting from a fracture base. And early day 1 just hit maps, 40% damage is way stronger than 6 pen because you don't have any percent damage. So I think we can hide that as well. By the time it's relevant and pen's more important, we're looking at crafted bases, not items off the floor. No starbs, good. Wands, too many. Too many wands, buddy. Far too many. Calling wands can go. Covenanting wands can go. We're only after convoking ones. We don't care about those. Man. Irrelevant new me, all this leveling information is amazing. Hopefully the loot filters are also amazing. Hopefully. So here's my problem. So we're looking at wands off the ground. There's too many different kinds of wands. There's too many different kinds of wands. Like, I'm not using a heathen wand. There's a better cast speed one, right? Profane, yep. Okay, so heathens can go. Omen is 31% spell damage. Imbue is 37. Prophecy is 40. So Omen can go. We're keeping imbued because that's how you make physical wands or attack wands anyway. Which is the reason that one's going to stay, because it's an imbue basis where you make attack wands. So that's the best cast speed. That's the best spell damage. So then there's 3 different kinds of wands that add different kinds of flat spell damage to spells. Do we keep all 3 of them? Because they're all different? It's a lot of wands. Although, there are also like a lot of different plus ones that you can get super early. Like, just like +1 to anything with room for 1 craft is pretty easily worth like 10 or 15C. And we're talking about just getting the maps. So I think we have to keep all of them. Like for most builds, when you're just getting the maps, even if you're a lightning build, you'll still take a big chunk of fire to spells, right? It's not like, okay, maybe you're cursing with conductivity, but like, you're still going to take a big chunk of anything right now because anything is damage. It's not perfect. We're not picking up perfect shit off the floor anyway. We're just looking for anything. So I think they all stay. So let's go have a look at tier 2 again. That is still too many. I swear to God. Is that too many? Let's look at body armors again. I feel like more body armors should show in tier 2. Yeah, we need the best tier of that. Battle Regalias, Saintly Chainmails, Glorious Plates. And for some reason, the second tier, Zodiac Leathers, not Assassin Garbs. It does come with 3% movement speed, but it's like 150 short base evasion. So Zodiacs are actually better for those people. I know I said there's too many, and I just turned some on, but just getting the maps, you're gonna have nothing. You're coming out of the axe. You need everything. But this still feels like more than I'd want. But I think maybe that's just the way it is when you first get to maps, right? Like, it's just the way it is. There's just too much gear, but we need all of it. Everything we have is trash. You end up IDing things in the middle of the map and dropping it on the floor because you don't have anything. We're looking for anything useful. I've been as picky as I think I can be. Can I be any more picky with tier 1? So this is tier 1 again. This is either when we're first entering red maps at the earliest, which is when I would change to this filter, where it only shows these, or at the latest when you get your 2 watchstones. As soon as you get your second watchstone, that's the latest you can change. I would change as soon as you get to reds, but there's a window. I think I'm pretty happy with that too, though. I would have thought two-tone boots are out of favor because of using Eldritch currency. They are. However, they're also really good hybrid stat boots. And people have just seemed to have forgotten that even if they didn't have it implicit, they have good hybrid raw stats already on top of their implicit. You just pick up a two-tone boot, you put an Eldritch on it anyway, you just ignore the implicit, use your Eldritch currency, they're really good hybrid bases. People just overlook them because they're like, oh, I don't want that implicit. Okay, override the implicit. They still have good stats. So you're right, they are out of favor, but they shouldn't be. It doesn't make any sense. Their raw stats are actually good. Okay, so out of that into jewelry. Same thing for tiering jewelry. Same rules. Tier 1 shows even after we get strict. Tier 2 shows when we first get to maps. Tier 3 is hidden immediately. All this trash. Probably rustics make it through. Tier 2. Start with tier 1. What shows after we've gotten to red maps? Marbles. All those amulets. Stygian vices. Not that ring. Not that ring. Those rings. Tier 2. What shows when we first get to maps? Not that. Not that. Not that. Honestly, probably still not Lullite rings. I love the idea of a Lullite ring, but the percent chaos damage is so fucking low. There's no world you give up a real ring implicit for that, even when you're a chaos build. Like, it's just so low. 17 to 23% chaos. Okay, or I could get 30 res and then put a chaos suffix somewhere else and that'll be 40% instead. It's just not right. Both of those go. Steel stay, unset stay, bone stays. 23% increased damage or 23% chaos res, right? Like, it just doesn't... It's the same problem with a diamond ring, right? Like, you're on day 1 of a league and you're a crit build, and yeah, I could get 30% crit chance or 23 chaos res. Those are vastly worth different amounts. 30% crit chance. I got nodes on my tree for 1 point that give me 100% crit chance. I don't have a node on the tree that gives me 60% chaos res. Like, it's just not right. I'm okay to hide coral rings too. Technically you do. I mean, a descendancy point. Technically there's a descendancy point that does that. CI technically? Okay, I mean, sort of. You're not wrong, but you are wrong though. Right? You know what I mean. Like, you're not wrong, but also you are wrong. Is there an argument? Is there an argument to make bone rings tier 1? So they still show through? Remember, all this shit gets hidden in our strict filter. This is just like when we first get to maps, or red maps rather. It's like when we're in red maps. I think there's an argument to make bone rings keep showing up. I think there's an argument to make crystal belts keep showing up. I think there's an argument to make unset rings keep showing up. So now I've got vermilion, unset, amethyst, bone. prismatic and 2 stones on the strict. Stygium vices and crystal belts. Marble, onyx, agate, citrine, and turquoise on the amulet. I've never sold a crystal belt. Unset rings, yes. I only recently started selling crystal belts, and I think it's because of the, well, I know it's because of the rise of divine blessing being very, very prevalent in eldritch battery builds, which are becoming more and more and more common. And like early day 1 and 2, people are struggling to have enough energy shield to be able to use the divine blessings to get their extra auras, and crystal belts is one really good easy way to do that. The prismatic rings even drop naturally. Through a few very specific things they can drop on the floor, but generally no, we're not going to see very many of them. So that's our tier 1s. Then tier 2s is where we get... Should steel rings go to tier 1? Are people using steel rings? Rustic sashes. So rusting sashes I'm putting in tier 2, along with leather belts and heavy belts. How we're defining this though is like general mapping is going to show tier 1 and tier 2 things. So this is when you first get to maps up until either somewhere between first getting to red maps and getting your 2 watchstones when you change up. So everything tier 2 will still be in that first filter. So I've still got all these. Tier 1 is for like after your first 2 watchstones, you're starting to get to excuse me, you're starting to get to blasting territory, and it becomes a lot harder to find an upgrade off the floor. You're much more likely to be crafting it, rug crafting it, buying it, getting a fracture base, starting with a specialty base of some kind, because this only affects rares, right? This only affects normal rares on the floor. Still, like fractured bases and whatnot are like a whole different thing, right? Temple bases are a whole different thing. Delve bases are a whole different thing. Any of those specialty things they don't fall under this rule. This is just generic, nothing, generic, nothing rare item on the floor. Are we saying that we don't even need to see steel rings even on day 1, even on our league start build? Because I just plain don't play melee builds, so I don't know. This is a blind spot for me. Is it just not enough fizz that any of the people care? Like, what about you Bone Zone players? We got any Bone Zone players around? Are you guys fucking... You running steel rings? Are you picking steel rings up off the floor hoping they're good when you first get to maps? Or are we like, no, I'm res starved. I need me some res nodes. Looked at a ton of builds. I only saw one steel ring and it was corrupted. So I had a different implicit. It wasn't really a steel ring anymore. Yeah. I tell you what, I'm going to leave it in for one reason. It's a pretty fucking rare base, and you'd be lucky to even see 2 of them on the floor by the time you got to your Eater and X-Archer anyway. Like, they don't really drop very often. So I'm going to leave it on in the just in case category, because it's really not going to clog your inventory. It's a 1x1 slot anyway, and there just aren't many of them. So I think we can just safely leave that on. Okay, that is a full tiering of at least my opinion of all of the jewelry and weapons. So now we go over to my filter, my presets, We scroll to wherever I've put them. Here they are. And we save the preset as rare item tiering. Tiering only. Apply. So now I have rare item tiering as a module. I now have unique presets and div card presets for the beginning of the league that can be loaded in as modules to anybody who wants them, and now rare item tiering presets that can be loaded in as modules. Whew. What's this been? I've been at work, fully redoing all of my filters and separating all of the changes they make into modules so that it's one, easier in the long term for me, and two, able to be used in part by other people who don't like my filter colors. You just load up all the modules you like. This will also allow me to change every filter at the same time, right? Which is a huge deal. Like I can load the module I just worked on right now, the tiering module, and I can be like, oh my God, suddenly all of the sudden, steel rings have become the go-to. Suddenly every build in the world wants steel rings. Something super meta has changed and steel rings are super important. And I can load the module up that's got tiering in it. And I can just change steel rings to tier 1 and save the module. And then every single filter that uses that module will suddenly have steel rings. Okay, what else do I need to self-tier? I feel like that part, the tiering part, is done. I went through the uniques, I went through the div cards, and I went through all the rare items. We fixed the leveling rules. My color scheme is still there. Is there anything else that I need to be customizing? Or is that all the work I can do until we get filter blade updates for the new league? I mean, I could take the time to tier currency how I want it, but the problem is that changes league to league every time. There's no real point in doing that. I have to work out currency tiering on the go depending on what things are worth all the time. That just has to be, it's not something I can prepare. Same for all of this, really. It all depends on like what's meta and what people are doing and how much is needed of everything. Same for that, same for that. did you do item links? Do you mean my leveling filter? Like the bit where you get like all the 3 link highlights and all the 4 link highlights and whatnot? Yeah, that's its own module as well. If you don't like my filters, you can just load in the module called Balor's leveling rules. You can just load that on top of whatever filter you like, and ta-da, you've got my leveling rules. And you do that by just coming in, picking a filter, being like, I like this color, or loading your own, or making your own, whatever. And then just going presets, public, search by author BalorMage, search, wait the 18 minutes it takes for this to fucking load, and then load whichever modules you like, whatever things I've done that you like. Ta-da! If it ever. Takes forever, this bit. It takes absolutely forever. This is the longest search. There it is! Don't give up, it's coming. And then yeah, you can just hit add for the Balor leveling rules, and there, you got the leveling rules. And if you want to steal my rare item tiering as well, you can just steal my rare item tiering. And that won't touch the colors, it won't turn anything off and on. It'll just change in what tier everything is, and then you could make the decision yourself about what tiers you want left on, if you want to do. Same for div card presets, unique presets, everything. I've left this no shit robots thing on just in case Sanctum ever comes back, because that was a ton of work, the no shit robots thing. That was a ton of work, and I'm scared to delete it. It's impressively slow. Yeah, it is. Oh, you know what? I could make a module that would save me a lot of time every time. I can make a module that just turns off every crafting base in existence. I fucking have never, ever made money off picking up white crafting bases off the floor. It's never happened to me, ever. Customize. Crafting. Low normal crafting bases. Hi, buddy. Actually, this is where I would love somebody like Pineapple's opinion. Literally white bases. Are there any that you even would want? Like, obviously none of the low tier ones. But like, are there any 86s I should leave back? I should leave on. Because I always turn them all off. I never want to pick up a white base off the floor. She also might be busy or not there. Or busy killing people with fizz. Can you even get white stitch devices? No. Not naturally, anyway. You can scour one and drop it back on the floor. But I'm gonna be honest. If you pick up a stitch device and then you scour it and then you drop it on the floor and it disappears because I've hidden the crafting base, and you get so confused that you leave the area, never press Alt, and lose your Stygian Vice, that's a fucking you problem. That's a you problem. Like, I can't help stupid. All right? Like, there's only so much I can do. I'm doing my best here, but sometimes you can't save people from themselves, is what that comes down to. Reddit post Baylor deleted my items. Hey, there's all advertisement is good advertisement. It's been a long time since I've had a Reddit hate thread. I kind of miss it. I have to do some more outrageous things purely by accident. I've never intentionally tried to get one, but I've had several. Just call people idiots again? I just did, just a minute ago. Just a minute ago, I said you can't help stupid. Just literally a second ago. Nah, most of my hate Reddit threads have been themed around Balor is an out of touch elitist scumbag. That's basically the theme. That's pretty much always the theme. Out of touch elitist scumbag. That's something about not caring about casual players at all and not understanding what people want or need and having no idea how other people play and shit like that. That's the normal complaints. Okay, well, unless Pineapple tells me off, I'm just gonna hide all the crafting bases in existence. Bye. Isn't that Gazzy? It's not really him either. He also cares a lot about new players. It's really easy to know what happens. It's really easy to explain how that happens. The casual players, quote unquote, who aren't the majority of casual players, they're just the loud, noisy people. They want every single thing every single time to be talked about and aimed at them or from their perspective. So even if you're someone who does care about trying to help new players or have casuals have better experiences and does do a lot of work for that, what'll happen is the thing that you do that isn't for them, when you start talking about, you know, this little bit of this conversation wasn't about that, it was about elitists 1% stuff that we're doing right at the top end, they'll take that conversation and they'll be like, look at how elitist and out of touch he is. But like, I wasn't fucking talking about you, dude. Like, that wasn't about you. Calm the fuck down. That's usually what happens. Save. No crafting bases. Please. Yeah, I think that's fine as tiering only. I'm fucking loading up on modules. Fully fucking modular loot filters. The way to go. However, I think that's it. I think we're done. We cleaned up our filter page. We cleaned up the filter blade page. We cleaned up the page when people go to follow my filters. We got rid of all the extra garbage that was there because it was like a page and a half full of filters. And now there's just these ones and that's it. It is slightly alarming to me that there's like 1,000 less people following the strict filter when this is the filter most people should spend most of their PoE time on. It's a little alarming to me that you follow the league start and general mapping and then don't follow the strict. Because like, I think this was a naming problem, which we will fix next league. Because general mapping makes people feel like that's the general mapping filter that you should use. It's not, it's the early mapping filter. Next league, these two filters are getting combined into one filter because there's actually no need for them to be separate filters. I can base them on level. I can base them on the level of the zone you're in. So I can have the league start filter act like the league start filter in the axe and then also act like the general mapping filter in beginning maps. And this strict one will become the general mapping. And then there'll be a stricter version for everyone else to have. So I think it was a naming problem. So I'm just going to have general mapping, strict, and super strict. Open to change those names, but those are the three for everyone. And then I'm keeping Giga Chad fuck off because I think that's funny as a name and also a filter most people shouldn't use. Wait, one is going to be called Loosey Goosey? No, that's the description. The first one is general mapping, and its description is your first toon, level 1 all the way up to red maps. Show rares, show tier 1 and tier 2 rares. A lot of uniques show, especially leveling game and early uniques that are worth a lot of money early. Loosey Goosey. that's the description of the general mapping. And then strict is red maps until you're either juicing or sick of picking up loot. Shows only tier 1 rares, far less showing only stuff worth 2 or 3C or good to Val for fun. And then super strict. Most people should run this endgame for all content. Fuck your rares. Specialty bases only. Uniques worth 10C plus. Only cards worth at least half a C each. And then Giga Chad fuck off, which description is Juicy McJuiceface hides all the money. I hope you like pressing Alt. I don't want people to click this one. Should we move Loosey Goosey higher in the description? like here? Hang on. That's how they're going to look next link. That plus the ability to use them modularly, which is the biggest part. It's going to involve a YouTube video for sure. I'll probably do that tonight. Because you can now modularly use any part of my loot filter that you like in your own filter. Because I've modulated every single part of it. general mapping, like where's the league start filter? Maybe. I'm open to renaming all of these. As a reminder, I do a whole new filter with my colors and sounds and then save the modules, correct? So you should only ever do one type of thing when you make a module. For instance, if you want to change the color of everything, you can change the color of everything in the entire filter. But that's it. You should only change the colors. Then you can save that color change as a module that changes all of the colors. Then you load a brand new filter again and you change all the sounds. And then you save that as a module that would change all of the sounds. And then you'll have two modules, one for color, one for sound. And then you'll just be able to apply both of those. Now, if you want to do it the same way you've always done it, you will be able to just load up my filter the same way you've always done it. The beams count as colors. Yes. Yes. You'll be able to load up my filter the same way you've always done it, if you want to, and just remove my color pack and put your color pack on, and then put your sound pack on, if you want to do it that way. However, and I'll go through an example in the video I make, probably tonight, maybe tomorrow, one of those two. There'll be a much easier way for you to do it now, because I'm modulating everything. You should be able to just make your way one time and then load my modules that don't bother you into your own filter. So what you should be able to do I'll make sure there's a proper example of how to do this in the video, right? But let's just say this is you, right? This is you. You've gone through and you've customized your sounds and colors and everything. This is all blue now. For some reason you want unique items to look just completely invisible. I don't know why. Weirdo. But you just wanted that. Whatever. You've done your things, right? Like changed all your colors around, changed all your shit, saved your own filter. Now what you should be able to do is go here, not here, overview, presets, find my filters in a complete moduled pack. Oh, whoops. I just wrote Balor instead of BalorMage. That was silly. Right? And then you'd be able to just be like, I want Balor's unique tiering, Balor's card tiering, Balor's leveling rules, and Balor's rare tiering. But not touch any other part of my filter. Just be like, oh, I don't want the... Actually, I don't like his leveling filters. I made my own. Don't like those. I don't like his color scheme. I don't like the sounds. But what I do want is his div card presets, his unique presets, and his rare item tiering. And that's it. All three of those, just those, without any other changes, which is why they're kept separate, why all my color and everything is kept separate. Right? Just where I've put the cards, where I've put the uniques, where I've put the rares changes. But not the color, not the beam, not anything else, because it's all kept modular. Right? So now you've gotten all the important parts of my filter, but they've just been added into what you've already done. Instead of copying mine, you've added my tiering to the kind of filter you want. Then what happens is when I upgrade the module, Filterblade knows the module's been updated, but it does not push that update to your game automatically. So what happens then is, and again, we'll go through all of this in the video, make sure it's slow and shown. Here's my league start filter right now. I haven't updated it, but I have changed the modules. So when I hit load on my filter, same as you'll do to your filter, on the side of the screen here, it'll say loading your start filter. Always takes a minute. Then you see this box is extra. Preset updated from Balor's leveling rules. Updated from this bit to that bit. Well, that's it. I can just hit save now. Save and export. Fucking done. And that's what you'll be able to do if you set this up your way once. You'll be able to be like, oh, he's turned extra things off or turned extra things on or moved tiers around. I'll just hit load, save. Done. Done. So if you have some serious colorblind problems and you can't use my shit, all this work from today and some more that I'm still going to have to do is going to turn it into like 2 clicks to upgrade filters instead of several hours to change all my colors back again. Just 2 clicks, done. I've also never done it like this before, so hopefully I don't fuck it up, but I don't think I will. It looks pretty good. I think it'll be fine. The important bit will be getting the video right and making sure everybody that it's very, very clear and easy to follow in the video with good instructions so that everybody knows what to do. That'll be the important bit. I might actually stop and write a script. I might write an actual script and I'll probably tee up time with Threadful to make it together so that he's there in my ear so that we make sure we cover everything properly. Because it could be confusing if I get it wrong. If I get it wrong, oh boy, could it be confusing. So this is the big one left for me is, what are the names of the 4 filters? Because you're right, general mapping could confuse people. People will be working around looking for the league start filter. But league start and general mapping are going to be the same filter now. It's the same one. So what the fuck do we name it? Just name it start here. And the coffee for brainstorming. We could make it very boring. It could just be filter strictness 1, strictness 2, strictness 3. It could just be something like that. So fucking boring though. It could be loosey goosey. No, I see. I don't like this though, because here's the problem that I'm come up with. People have a lot of people have subscribed to League Start and general mapping and not strict. And I believe that's on me. I believe that's my fault. In reality, the way my filters have been functioning for years is that League Start is literally get you 2 maps. General mapping is what you should start mapping on. Strict is what you should change to as soon as you're like in red maps. Like that's how it's been for years. But like 1,000 less people are following the strict filter, and I think it's because of the naming. Because people go, I'm just general mapping. I don't need a strict filter. But that's not right. You do. That's the filter you should be using. It's the strict one. I don't care if you're casual Andy. If you're in red maps solidly and not falling back to yellows, you should be on strict. Maybe I need to not call it strict. Maybe that's a naming problem. Can I play Daddy? Don't hurt me. Bring him on. And I am death incarnate from the Wolfenstein. Yo, that's nice. I like that. All jokes aside, I've seen people come in and drop a sub just to thank you for the filters. This is kind of important from others' perspectives. Yes, it is very important. It's probably, I don't know, this sounds stupid. It feels like this is one of the longest running things I've done that has helped the community as a whole more than most other things I've done. This has been running for like 5 years. Thousands of people follow these filters. I'm trying to improve them. We're trying to make them better. But naming is a thing that I think is causing a problem. I think it deserves real thought. I think, like, if it was like literally like just for us, I would love to call it loosey goosey. I would love to call this loosey goosey, and I would love to call this tight as fuck. But that's not publicly like a thing I can just hand thousands of people, right? I'd love to name it loosey goosey. That'd be hilarious. I'll name them loosey goosey. I did some Kegels and tight as fuck. That's the 3 strictness names that I want to use. But I'm not gonna. All right, we're gonna name them proper things. And everyone's definition of end game is different. It was 11 to 15, so it's a little bit, there's always leeway, right? Like it can't be like a strict rule. The idea is number 1 filter, the one that's currently league start, it's going to be the first one, is league start, and I will change the moment I hit red maps, but there's like a window there. There's like a window there where you could stay on the first one at the beginning of your red maps and change at any point up until you've gotten your first 2 watchstones, which is like the latest that you should be changing. I'll be changing when I first hit reds, but there's like a window, right? where it's like you could use either at that stage. Or maybe that's the problem. Actually, that is the problem. I've encountered this problem with league guides as well. I'm not allowed to give people options. If I give people options, they get too confused. I just have to tell people when to do it. I have to make the decision for them. Right? I'm not allowed to give people options. We've done this before. As soon as you give people options, they get confused. So there's no window. Fuck that. Change when you get to red maps. Sounds elitist and out of touch. Go make a Reddit thread. Everybody's definition of endgame is different. I can't really say endgame. Like I've spoken to people who think getting the maps is endgame. And that's not even the right way to say it. I've spoken to people who, for them, getting 2 maps and doing some maps is endgame. That is endgame for them, because that's as far as they ever get. So I can't really use endgame. Red maps to Atlas completion. That's better, right? It's not Brad. This is definitely not Brad. This is Steve. Fucking smart ass little shit. What do I name the end one then? That's not it either. Oh, the amount that I until Atlas completion, the amount that I want to name this last filter post nut clarity is insane. I really want to name it that. I'm not. We're not doing it. That's not it. Because my first My first thought was post completion, because like after Atlas completion, and as soon as I went to write post completion, my brain just wrote post nut clarity. Like, no. So that is very literal and technically right. But when we say Atlas completion, we're usually talking like, I'm always talking like all or most of the maps completed. If you get this to somewhere over 100 in the completion bonus, that's like, you good there, right? That is always what I mean, because like every single map, if you've got like 1 or 2 maps missing, is not important. Huh. So it isn't. So it isn't. Farming time? We are farmers. Did dum. Could just strict work. So I thought so for a long time. And that's what I had my last filter named, strict filter. But it's resulted over time in roughly similar numbers, people signing up to the general mapping filter and the league start filter, and 1,000 less people ever subscribing to the strict filter. I think people are scared of the word strict. Maybe it's not the word strict. Maybe it's the word general mapping filter. I think I'll miss it. There's lots of caring about money. And I'm shit at trading, so I pick up a lot of low stuff and I think I'll miss it if it based on your strictness. That is, provided you've been here enough, that is also on me. Because it means I haven't explained things properly. Exclamation mark rich is a video you should watch if you haven't seen it already. Hang on 1 second. I'll be back in just a moment. When does the Total League actually end? Yeah, soon. Soon. Okay. Well, I'm still a little torn on what the fuck I'm gonna call these. But for now, the fuck? What do you mean I don't have the rights to save? I like Giga Chad fuck off as the MF filter. Can we keep that? Yes, it's actually the only one I'm sure of. The only one I'm sure of is Giga Chad fuck off. Because that's the one I don't want people to press unless they really, really know what they're doing. The reality is if you're using Giga Chad fuck off, you should actually be making your own fucking filter. That's the reality. The rest of these are for public use. This is stop being lazy, make your own filter, please. This is risky. You shouldn't be doing this. The new version of strict, whatever I end up calling it, that should be fine for everything that isn't like full degenerate magic find bullshit. Because it'll be stricter than the old strict is. Because the old strict is actually just not strict enough anymore. So this is the filter that most people should use forever. This is also the filter that will transfer over to standard and be fine if you're playing in standard, because you'll still want all that shit hidden. Whatever I name it. Don't know what I'll fucking name it, but... like, here's the big problem with Giga Chad fuck off. Even if you took that into standard because you were like, you know what, I don't need to loot anything in standard. You won't even be able to maintain maps. Because this will hide all maps that aren't... quite often, this will hide all maps that aren't 8 mod, Corrupted, and Crimson Temple. Like, if there's like an 8 mod Corrupted strand that drops to the floor, it'll just be hidden. It's just gone. Bye. Like it's not good. You shouldn't be on this one. You can't even maintain maps on that filter. It will just hide them. Well, that's kind of all I can do with filters today, though. That's everything. That's all I can... I now need the new, like, patch to hit. Barrel Chambers is most likely going to be home for the next one. Maybe. One of those filters for the preview on change. Magic find. Oh yeah. One for clearing and one for looting. Yep, I've had to do that before too. Back in NEM 3 double beyond days. Do you think you'll ever go back to hardcore? I'd like as a thing to do, like permanently. I don't think so, no. But I do think that I would end up back in hardcore for like, like events. Like I might go back for events, or I might go back for like, gauntlet things and stuff like that. I just don't think that I would end up back there as like a normal place to play. I enjoy screwing around too much.
Not all murders are equal.
Games that doesn't cost. I'm bored. What are some good games that aren't ARPGs that don't cost $70? God of Weapons. Cost you about $5. Easily a few hundred hours worth of entertainment. Very different from PoE, but a very good game. Not an ARPG at all. It's on Steam.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The next season of League of Legends looks real good. Like real good. Doesn't help you now though. It's not out yet. The changes are so vast, it looks like League 2. Like 2.0. Like it's fucking massive changes.
This way, exile. Don't let him make a mess.
I played League for once, got abused for several hours, and then never played again. Yeah, listen. If you're gonna play League, the first thing to learn is /mute all. At the beginning of every game, you just type /mute all. And as long as you do that, it's a fucking fantastic game. It's super fun. I love it. If you forget to type /mute all, it's a toxic cesspool and you're not going to enjoy yourself at all. Just /mute all and treat it like a single player game. Pretend everyone on your team is a bot and everyone on the enemy team is a bot. It's great. Super fun. Love it. There's a chance that Heroes of the Storm is going to make a comeback? How? Does Hexblast will work next league and then it's a great starter? We don't really know what will work next league, but I'm hoping so. If it doesn't get gutted, it is what I plan to play. If it does get gutted, then I plan to move to... back to Poison SRS. And if that gets gutted as well, I guess fuck me. I don't know what I'll do. Righteous Fire, I guess? The biggest problem for me is we're starting in a private league, and I don't know how on earth I'm going to get my hands on this helmet in a private league. Or on all of the things you need to go the life stacking variant, which would be even stronger. I would love to do the life stacking variant, but the life stacking variant involves a lot of crafting things that I don't know how I'm ever going to get crafted. I'll have to give that list to Pineapple so that she knows what's going on, but also some rare items that are pretty necessary. What 100% necessary for the life stacking variant? 100% necessary. The jewel called Dissolution of Flesh, and the jewel called Dissolution of Flesh, and something else. Rasputin. Raslatha. Nope. A shield. Why are you using Cloak of Flame? Same reason everybody does. It's fucking OP. 40% of physical damage taken as fire. That physical damage taken as fire, there are very few instances of physical damage taken as anything that isn't physical damage from hits taken. So that's one of the really big differences. So there's a lot of instances of physical damage from hits taken as. There are very few instances of physical damage taken as, which is very different because it also works on bleeds, corrupting blood, any degens, exsanguinates, all of those sort of things. So it's an incredibly good defense layer if you have no other way of, like, you've got no armor, no physical reduction, no way of dealing with physical damage. Then converting physical damage to an element is huge defensively. This is low-key probably one of the best chests in the game, and usually relatively cheap. What do you think about Pathfinder Blade Vortex, Poison, Concoction, or any trap? I am struggling with Pathfinder myself because it is something I also want to start, but the best options for Pathfinder is actually Toxic Rain, and I hate it as a league start.
Not from God.
But alright, Blade Vortex works. Poison Concoction is a lot faster, and I haven't seen any good traps for league start anyway.
just need a moment to catch my breath.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt! This one is captured. I now will take it. Oh, that was a juicy one, exile!
League starters. What are the top 5 league starters for the new league? Top 1 through 10. The answer is wait for patch notes in a few
You
days.
have been captured, beast. You have been captured.
Leveling lubricants have a level cap for the rules, correct? Yes, absolutely. 3 links will stop showing up when 4 links start showing up regularly, and 4 links will stop being highlighted somewhere towards the end of the campaign. They will never make it into maps. I've seen this. I've seen that. That'd be great. It's not viable as a league start though. Requires way too much stuff. Nowhere as well the next day. And not being fire capped? Yo, I'm not fucking fire capped? What is going on here? Okay. I should give up on this set of gear and put on this set of gear instead. Just to see how it works. Where do you get all your strength? Well, from here. Where did you get all your decks? $22 more decks. I mean, 10 of it comes from here. Actually, where did you get all your decks though? It does. One of the mediums. Well, I can't afford to get a cluster yet, so... It looks like you needed one strength node on the here. It looks like you needed that. And literally need the stat off that cluster jewel. Suppress. Did you have too much suppress? Do I not need this? Nope, you needed that. Okay. Well, for now, we just take a dex node. Right? Like, I just take a floating dex node to solve the problem until I can fix it by getting a cluster jewel. Just a nice little floating dex node right there until I level up a little bit and put clusters in, because that's the next step. What the fuck? Void sphere? Okay, hang on. This goes there. That goes there. Get rid of that. Detonates there. There's my throw. Okay. Next. Gotta put that on. Next. Gotta put that on. Next. Gotta put... a Val Grace. Nice. Why was there a void sphere? Oh, you were doing Tota. Right. Infernal Legion. Why? Why? What for? It's from the night? Night. It was in the guide? Okay. I don't think it needs to be though. Jesus. Okay, well, you've balanced res correctly. You can throw even when you're full, which means you can move mines. That's better than the other setup. That means you can move mines and you don't have to sit around and fucking wait 8 years. Oh, that throwing speed's way better too. That's so much nicer. Okay. I can't use those yet anyway. Don't have enough points for the mastery. Oh, there's the extra dex. It was on a jewel. Yeah, that's sorted on a jewel. I don't need that. That's where the dex was. Found it. Told you it was tight. Yep. Just the way I like it. Wait, what? I refer to Rathpin as the Rasputin item. Yeah. I was gonna check how it feels the recovery method. It's alright. It's pretty good. I think we just start going out here now. Wait, so you haven't done Uber Lab? I don't fucking want to either. I fucking hate lab, man. So much. Tell you what I want more than anything is to figure out how to get more RMR. I want to be able to throw all these mines. Infernal Legion does nothing. I want to be able to throw all these mines and put another 25% on. Specifically, like... you need Infernal Legion to ignite for your Ascendancy. All damage can ignite, freeze, and shock. There's got to be a better option than that then. Because if I can lose Infernal Legion and get a little bit more armor, not even very much, I could put an aspect of the spider on the build, or any other 25%er, like Arctic armor, or something like that. It's got to be a better option. I do like this. It's alright, we'll look into it later. It also feels real weird to have like this much available mana. Like real weird. It looks real weird. It's just blind and 15% less damage taken. Like, it's not bad, but it's not like whatever. Oh, I love mind throwing speed. Love it. And there's more. I haven't got the clusters in yet. I still got one more jewel. I don't think your weapon even has it. Oh, it doesn't even have it. Your weapon doesn't even have it. There's so much more. Can't you craft it on a belt too? This is obviously not min-maxed gear. I'm just saying, like, can you? You can essence it on a belt? Nice. Essence on a Stygian belt. That's what I'm hearing. But that's like all of my resistances. Oh yeah, no, I can see this, the way you've got this set up is quite tight, but it's also very much not min-maxed either, right? Like, we can get better. We've got enough rares here that you can craft better gear, right? Like, I know when you gave me this set to try out, you were like, this is a basic set, but it's really balanced, but it's not min-maxed.
Enjoy your little treat, my dear Argus. Oh, Argus, I shall miss you. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands.
I'm blue, if I was green, I would die.
You You are inexhaustible.
Jesus Christ.
My 3 lieutenants remain. Misery loves company, I suppose.
This is not that good gear. Like, it's alright. It's good. It's great. It's nothing wrong with it. I just mean... That's like a lot of damage.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
Also, hello. Fixed, right? I was thinking that.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
If I can get it to do like this much damage, but with the Dawnbreaker shield on, then we'd be huge. Are you making your own hex like these? I'm just trying it out for kicks. I'm thinking about league starting it. As far as like making my own build, I don't yet understand this build enough to know if there are mistakes that I should fix. So for right now, what I have open is Halstron's Guide. I don't even know if that's the best option. It's just the first one that I saw. But now I'm wearing gear that Mug owned in the league because he played this build. I don't know what build he followed. But since it suited my tree, I'm guessing probably the same one. Yeah, from Maelstrom. Yeah. In the private league, my goal will be the version Captain Lance did, the life stacking one. That'll be like the goal, but that'll be a lot harder to do in a private league. A lot harder.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
Did he use it himself? Yeah. So my goal is to get all the Uber bosses not just killed, but on farm in our private league so that I can hopefully provide Uber boss loot to our private league. Which is something I am deathly uncomfortable doing, not familiar with, and not any good at.
What ambition! This empire remains filled with emperors.
So that's the goal. But someone's gotta, otherwise we won't have any Uber loot. And I want me some Uber loot. The dream for our League Start Private League is that there's enough people that keep playing that we don't feel like we have to exit after a month or whatever. That we're like having enough fun and there's enough stuff floating around in the league that people keep playing it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
How many builds do people recommend other than SRS?
Aspirant
Bad
can
ones,
afford to be
because those are the only other options.
Emperor must keep those
I guess
promises.
skeletal mages is okay.
Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Ta-da! So here's a question. If you were to get forbidden jewels, what would be ones that would be useful? I don't expect that to happen in a private league, but what would be ones we would actually wear, we would put on? I mean, one step ahead's pretty obvious. Heartstopper's okay. Swift Killer's okay. Polymath is okay. One step ahead's by far my favorite out of there, though. True. Deadly Infusion is not bad either. 1.5 base crit and 5 critical strike chance per power charge isn't the worst. Like, it's not one that I'd pick in a trade league, but if I was in a private league and those dropped, I would wear them. If you got a matching pair, fucking good luck. But if you did... Almost any of the assassin ones work. Matching pairs and solo self-found / group found. Right. A matching pair. What a dream. What a dream. If by the end of the league there's a single matching pair of forbiddens in our private league, I'll be fucking impressed. Hey look, we don't have boot enchants on these boots. I'll take 1 to 160 lightning damage if you haven't killed recently. It's something. Yeah, you want crit, but I'll take that. I don't want any of that. Put something. I wonder if this ever procs with traps and mines. We need someone bossing all day every day. We might get a matching pair in 2 months. I would like to boss all day every day for a while. And here's the beautiful part about a private league. Let's say I get to the point where I can do Ubers, and I do Ubers all day every day for like 2 weeks and then get bored. And I'm like, I want to make another character. I can take my whole character that's Uber boss ready and just give it to someone else who wants to go Uber bossing. Because there's no economy. There's nothing to sell. Somebody watching and playing the league with us will just be like, fuck yeah, let me in. I'll Uber boss for a week. Gimme, gimme. And you can just pull the build apart and go, here you go. Go do more Uber bossing for the league. Bye. What are mods this build can't do? Less recovery would absolutely 100% fuck my energy shield. Something chronic. Is there anything else? It feels like it. Probably wouldn't want to do no regen, but I could. X-proof kind of sucks. That's fair. Come on, load me up, buddy.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Where's Bear Trap? I'm going to assume Bear Trap goes where Void Sphere is. And that was just a Toda thing. Just didn't use Bear Trap. It's a lot of damage. I'll be using Bear Trap. Although, it looks like I'll only be using Bear Trap for like Ubers and whatnot because it's got enough damage to not give a fuck about Bear Trap most of the time. Crit look like? So spell crit chance with flasks up right now is only 60%. And it's got this much damage. It's only tier 2 attack crit's only 10%, right? You can have that at like 12 or something, right? Which is what all the percent scaling goes off, so it's It's like an extra 2% base crit, which should be an extra like 12% crit or something. Yep. Fair enough. You still 30 quality stuff? Yeah. I think some of the crit doesn't show up in the tooltip. I mean, 80% crit against shocked enemies won't show up in the tooltip. But otherwise, I think it all does. As long as you're in combat and have thrown. Although 80% here is like 8.5% crit. Jesus Christ. It's so high. Scaling a spell's crit off at this point a 10.8% base is so much. It's so much crit. Like high voltage would be 11% more crit. Unfortunately, the lead-in's a crit multi with lightning, so we're not taking that. But it would be if you took it. What'd you do if you got another anoint? Honestly, I'd probably just throw on the frenzy charge. I'd probably just be like, fuck it, give me a frenzy. You could power charge it too, but frenzies. Probably. But I think I'd still just put in a frenzy charge if I got an extra one. God damn. Oh, I died. This is where you need that dual combo. I wouldn't have died then. I just wanted to see if I could run through. This isn't levels of immortality where you can just ignore stuff. It's like a moderate amount of tank, but so much damage that you can just kill stuff, but not ignore it. Honestly, if this was an open room, I feel like I wouldn't struggle with this Legion at all.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
At least that'll be on the 9th. 9th for me, 8th for everyone else. Yes.
Hail.
Legion Temple shit. Oh, I know Legion shit here. I just judging by how well that cleared, it feels like it would not have any trouble clearing a Legion in a non-ship map for it. That was ghosted. Took more than one round of traps. Didn't get to move though. I like Legion, but I still don't know how to make money off of it. It drops on the floor. The money drops on the floor. click hands, not because the build doesn't do anything. Yeah, I did breaches earlier in this and I was just like, oh, I can just stand here and annihilate everything really easily. Still have to go around and click hands though, so it's shit because I don't want to go around and click hands. Alright, well. Putting this real gear on and getting Ascension, Jesus Christ. I guess I'm really building this build unless they fuck it. Unless they screw it, this is my starting build. However, that's going to be it. That's going to be it. We're going to call it a day. Did lots and lots and lots and lots of filter work. All the work I've been putting off for ages. So hopefully our filters next league look stacked. They look great. Still gonna work out names for it, but that's okay. We got a little bit longer to figure out the names for all of the filters. That's everything. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.